Hi friends. If you're enjoying my videos, please hit the like button. It helps the YouTube algorithm notice me. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the story. Growing up in the isolated reaches of northern Arizona meant learning to respect boundaries that most people never think about. Our small community sat wedged between Paiute territory to the north and the sprawling Navajo Nation stretching endlessly southward. The landscape itself seemed to whisper warnings, miles of scrubland punctuated by red rock formations that cast shadows even in broad daylight, creating pockets of darkness that felt wrong somehow. Our high school was barely large enough to field a basketball team, maybe 40 students total across all 4 grades. When we traveled for away games, the journey invariably meant crossing through Navajo land for hours at a time. The school district's budget was always tight, but that particular winter in 2022, the administration announced they couldn't afford overnight accommodations for our final away game of the season. The game ran late, pushing well past 10 o'clock. By the time we'd showered, loaded our gear, and climbed aboard our ancient school bus, a faded blue behemoth everyone called Big Blue, it was already past midnight. The plan was simple: drive straight through the night and arrive home by dawn. What could go wrong on a familiar route we'd traveled dozens of times before? I claimed my usual spot in the back row, pressing my face against the cold window as we pulled out of the visiting school's parking lot. The desert stretched in all directions, bathed in silver moonlight that transformed familiar landmarks into alien shapes. Sagebrush became crouching figures, rock outcroppings turned into watchful sentries, and the shadows between them seemed to pulse with their own dark rhythm. Most of my teammates fell asleep within the first hour, their heads bobbing against seatbacks as Big Blue's engine droned through the night. But sleep wouldn't come for me. Something about the quality of darkness outside felt different, charged with an electricity that made my skin crawl and my nerves sing with unwelcome alertness. Our bus driver, old Pete Daniels, had been ferrying students across this route for nearly 2 decades. He knew every curve, every pothole, every mile marker by heart. That's why his behavior that night struck me as so unsettling. Instead of his usual steady, cautious pace, Pete was pushing Big Blue harder than I'd ever seen. The speedometer climbed past 70, then 80, finally settling at a terrifying 90 miles per hour. The bus shuddered and groaned with the strain, its aged suspension protesting every bump and dip in the asphalt. Outside my window, the landscape blurred into streaks of silver and black. Pete's knuckles were white on the steering wheel, his eyes fixed on the road ahead with an intensity that bordered on panic. When I leaned forward to ask if everything was okay, he shot me a look that made my words die in my throat. "Stay in your seat," he muttered, his voice barely audible over the engine's roar. "Don't look out the windows. Don't draw attention." The fear in his voice was unmistakable, and it spread through my chest like ice water. Pete had lived in this area his entire life, had married a Navajo woman, and spoke their language fluently. If something in this desert could frighten him enough to risk our lives with reckless driving, then we were dealing with forces beyond my understanding. The miles rolled beneath us in a blur of speed and mounting dread. The other students remained blissfully unconscious, but I found myself wide awake, every nerve-ending screaming warnings I couldn't quite comprehend. The darkness outside seemed to press against the windows, as if something vast and malevolent was testing the barriers between us and the night. That's when I first glimpsed movement in my peripheral vision. Something keeping pace with our speeding bus, something that shouldn't have been able to match our velocity on foot. At first, I convinced myself it was just shadows playing tricks, rocks and brush creating the illusion of movement in the moonlight. But as I pressed my face against the glass, the shape resolved into something that made my blood freeze in my veins. Running alongside Big Blue, matching our 90-mile-per-hour pace with effortless strides, was a figure that defied every law of physics and human anatomy I'd ever learned. The creature stood upright like a man, but its proportions were all wrong. Too tall, too lean, with limbs that seemed to stretch and contract with each bounding step. But it was the face that burned itself into my memory with traumatic clarity. Half of it was painted stark white, the other half coal black, creating a mask of duality that spoke of ancient rituals and forbidden knowledge. Its eyes caught the reflection of our headlights and threw it back like twin mirrors, glowing with an intelligence that was definitely human, but somehow fundamentally wrong. When it turned its head to look directly at me through the window, I felt a connection form between us, a recognition that chilled me to my core. It knew I was watching. Worse, it seemed pleased by my attention. The thing's mouth stretched into a grin that revealed teeth like broken glass, yellowed and sharp, designed for tearing rather than chewing. Saliva glistened on its lips, and when it opened its mouth wider, I caught a glimpse of something moving inside. A tongue that was too long, too serpentine, flicking out to taste the desert air. For what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, this creature kept pace with our bus, never stumbling, never faltering, leaping over boulders and scrub brush with the fluid grace of something that had shed the limitations of human form. Its painted face remained fixed on mine, and I felt trapped in that terrible gaze, unable to look away even as every instinct screamed at me to hide. What happened next shattered my understanding of reality so completely that I spent years afterward questioning my own sanity. The creature suddenly dropped its gaze from mine and began to change, its body contorting in ways that should have been impossible. Bones cracked audibly even through the bus windows, joints popping and realigning as its spine curved into an impossible arch. The transformation wasn't smooth or mystical. It was violent, nauseating, accompanied by wet sounds that suggested flesh tearing and reforming. Its arms elongated and twisted, hands becoming paws with claws that scraped sparks from the rocky ground. Its legs shortened and bent at new angles, powerful haunches forming as its torso compressed. Fur erupted from its skin like some horrific time-lapse film of evolution running in reverse. The painted face elongated into a muzzle filled with gleaming fangs, while those mirror-bright eyes retained their terrible intelligence. Within seconds, what had been running beside us as a painted mockery of humanity had become a coyote, but one whose size and speed marked it as something far removed from any natural animal. The newly transformed creature threw back its head and released a howl that somehow penetrated the bus's engine noise and the sealed windows. The sound was wrong on every level. Too deep, too knowing, carrying harmonics that seemed to vibrate in my bones and make my teeth ache. Several of my sleeping teammates stirred uneasily, caught in nightmares they couldn't quite escape. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the creature veered away from the road and vanished into the darker shadows between the hills. But its absence felt temporary, like a predator that had simply chosen to hunt from a different angle. The encounter left me shaking so violently that I had to grip the seat in front of me to keep from falling into the aisle. My stomach rebelled against what I'd witnessed, churning with a nausea that had nothing to do with motion sickness. I stumbled toward the tiny restroom at the back of the bus, barely making it before my dinner came back up in violent spasms. The cramped space reeked of industrial disinfectant and decades of use, but it felt safer than the exposed windows of the main cabin. I stayed locked in that horrible little bathroom for the rest of the journey, emerging only when Big Blue finally pulled into our school parking lot as the first pale light of dawn was creeping over the eastern mountains. Pete shut off the engine and sat motionless for several long minutes, his hand still gripping the wheel. When he finally looked back at us, his eyes found mine immediately. "You saw it," he said quietly. It wasn't a question. I nodded, not trusting my voice to remain steady. Pete's expression softened slightly, but the fear never left his eyes. "Don't talk about this," he warned. "Not to your parents, not to your friends, not to anyone who doesn't already know. Some things are better left buried." But the images wouldn't stay buried. They replayed behind my eyelids every time I tried to sleep, haunted my peripheral vision during the day, and left me jumping at shadows that might not be shadows at all. After 3 days of escalating paranoia, I broke Pete's rule and confided in Aurora Running Bear, a Navajo girl in my chemistry class who'd become a close friend over the years. Aurora's reaction told me everything I needed to know about how seriously I should take what I'd experienced. Her face went pale beneath her dark skin, and she immediately began speaking in rapid Navajo to herself, what sounded like prayers or protective chants. "You need a blessing," she said finally. "My grandfather is the tribal chief. He needs to see you today before this gets worse." The urgency in her voice convinced me not to argue. We found Chief Running Bear in the school parking lot that afternoon, loading supplies into his battered pickup truck. Aurora spoke to him quickly in their native language, and I watched his expression grow increasingly grave as she described my encounter. Chief Running Bear was a man who commanded respect through presence rather than words. Tall and weathered, with silver hair braided down his back and eyes that seemed to hold the wisdom of generations, he studied me for a long moment after Aurora finished her account. When he finally spoke, his English carried the formal cadence of someone who'd learned it as a second language. "The painted ones hunt differently than natural predators," he said, reaching into the back of his truck to retrieve a leather pouch and a staff decorated with feathers and carved symbols. "They mark their prey through sight and scent, creating a connection that grows stronger over time. Without proper protection, you will encounter this one again." The blessing ceremony he performed right there in the parking lot was unlike anything I'd experienced in my family's Christian church. Chief Running Bear spoke in Navajo, his voice rising and falling in complex rhythms while he waved the feathered staff around my body in precise patterns. The leather pouch contained sage and other herbs that he burned, creating a smoke that stung my eyes but somehow felt cleansing. Throughout the ritual, I felt something shifting in the air around me. A weight I hadn't realized I was carrying suddenly lifted from my shoulders. The constant sensation of being watched, which had plagued me since that night on the bus, faded to a barely perceptible whisper. When Chief Running Bear finished, he studied my face intently before nodding with apparent satisfaction. "This will protect you for a time," he said, packing his ceremonial items back into the truck. "But protection is not the same as immunity. These creatures are ancient, and they do not forget. Show respect for the land and the people who guard its secrets, and perhaps you will be left in peace." He climbed into his truck and drove away without another word, leaving me standing in the parking lot with Aurora's hand on my shoulder. For the first time in days, I felt like I could breathe freely again. The blessing had worked. I was sure of it. The nightmare was over. I was catastrophically wrong. 3 weeks passed in blessed normalcy before circumstances forced me back onto Navajo land. My friend Brandon Westfield had enlisted my help moving furniture from his grandmother's old house near the southern edge of the reservation. The job took longer than expected, and by the time we'd loaded the last dresser into his pickup truck, the sun was already sinking toward the western horizon. Brandon's truck was even older than Big Blue, held together by rust and stubbornness. The engine knocked ominously as we pulled away from his grandmother's property, and I found myself silently urging it to hold together just long enough to get us back to familiar territory. The desert twilight was beautiful but unsettling, painting the landscape in shades of purple and gold that seemed to shift and move when I wasn't looking directly at them. We'd made it perhaps 10 miles when the engine coughed, sputtered, and died completely. Brandon managed to coast to a stop beside an old barbed wire fence that marked some long-abandoned homestead. The silence that followed was absolute. No wind, no insects, no distant traffic. Just the clicking of cooling metal and our increasingly labored breathing. "Battery's dead," Brandon announced after popping the hood and testing the connections. "We're going to have to wait for someone to come along or walk back to the main road." Neither option appealed to me, especially as full darkness settled over the desert like a suffocating blanket. I fumbled in the glove compartment for a flashlight, my hands shaking slightly as the familiar dread began building in my chest. Chief Running Bear's blessing had protected me for weeks, but standing there in the middle of nowhere, I could feel that protection wearing thin like a coat with holes torn in it. The flashlight's beam created a small circle of yellow light that only emphasized how vast and empty the surrounding darkness truly was. Every shadow beyond its reach could hide watching eyes, Every sound might herald the approach of something that had been patiently waiting for exactly this opportunity. That's when I saw the movement, low to the ground, just at the edge of our feeble light. The coyote that padded into view looked normal at first glance, but something about its posture set off every alarm bell in my head. Natural coyotes were skittish around humans, quick to flee when confronted. This one stood its ground, studying us with an intelligence that felt disturbingly familiar. Its eyes reflected our flashlight beam with that same mirror-bright gleam I remembered from the bus window. "Brandon," I whispered, "we need to get back in the truck, now." But even as I spoke, the creature began to change. Its body stretched upward, hind legs lengthening into human limbs, while its front paws transformed into hands with fingers too long and joints that bent at impossible angles. The muzzle shortened and flattened into a face that wore the same half-white, half-black paint pattern that had haunted my dreams for weeks. Brandon's sharp intake of breath told me he was seeing the same horrific transformation. The creature's mouth spread in that terrible grin, revealing fangs designed for tearing flesh, while its tongue flicked out to taste our fear on the night air. When it took a step toward us, moving with the fluid grace of something that had perfected the art of hunting across centuries, we broke our paralysis and dove for the truck. Brandon turned the key with desperate fury while I held my breath and prayed to God for salvation. The engine turned over once, twice, then roared to life with a sound more beautiful than any choir. We peeled out in a spray of gravel and dust, leaving the creature standing in our headlight beam for one final, terrifying moment before distance swallowed it. Neither of us spoke during the drive home, but I could see Brandon's hands shaking on the steering wheel, matching the tremor in my own voice when I finally called Aurora the next morning. The blessing had held, barely, but I knew I'd used up whatever protection it offered. Chief Running Bear performed another ceremony for me the following week, stronger this time, involving other tribal elders and lasting well into the night. Years have passed since that final encounter, and I've kept my promise to show proper respect for the boundaries between worlds. I plan my routes carefully now, adding hours to any journey rather than risk crossing through those haunted lands after dark. The creature may have forgotten me, or it may simply be waiting for the right moment to resume its hunt. Either way, I've learned that some territories belong to forces older and more dangerous than anything modern civilization acknowledges, and trespassing in those realms comes with prices few are prepared to pay. Two years ago, in the sweltering heat of July 2023, my acquaintance Sam extended an invitation that would forever change my perspective on what lurks in the shadows of seemingly innocent places. We'd only known each other through mutual friends at college, sharing perhaps a dozen conversations over the course of a semester. So when he called asking if I wanted to join him and his family for a week at their cabin in Lake Tahoe, I was both surprised and hesitant. "It's this old place my grandfather built back in the 60s, Sam explained over the phone, his voice crackling through a poor connection. 4 stories if you count the basement and loft. There's even a smaller guest cabin out back. My parents think it would be good for me to bring some friends this year." The hesitation in my voice must have been apparent because he quickly added, "You can bring someone if you want. There's plenty of room." That's when I thought of David. My best friend since middle school, the one person who shared my love for horror movies and ghost stories, though we'd never experienced anything genuinely frightening ourselves. David was the type who would analyze every creaking floorboard and explain away every shadow with scientific reasoning. His presence would make the trip bearable, even enjoyable. The 3-hour drive from our college town to Lake Tahoe should have been relaxing. David navigated while I drove, the windows down, music playing softly as we wound through increasingly mountainous terrain. But as we climbed higher, something felt wrong. The air grew thick and oppressive, despite the altitude. The trees seemed to lean inward over the road, creating a tunnel of shadow that the afternoon sun couldn't quite penetrate. "You notice how quiet it is?" David said, turning down the radio. "No birds, no insects, just nothing." I had noticed. The usual sounds of summer in the mountains were completely absent. Even the wind seemed muted, as if the very atmosphere was holding its breath. I pressed the accelerator, suddenly eager to reach our destination and escape the suffocating silence of the forest. Sam's directions led us down a winding dirt road that seemed to snake deeper into the woods with each turn. The trees grew taller and more densely packed, their branches intertwining overhead until we were driving through what felt like a natural tunnel. The temperature dropped noticeably, and I had to roll up the windows and turn on the heat. "There," David said, pointing ahead. "I can see a clearing." The relief I felt was immediate and profound. The oppressive feeling that had been building in my chest began to ease as we emerged from the tree line into a large, sunlit clearing. But that relief was short-lived. The cabin that loomed before us was not what I had expected. Sam had described it as old, but I hadn't anticipated the air of neglect and decay that seemed to permeate the structure. The main building was indeed 4 stories, but it appeared to sag under its own weight, as if the years had slowly been crushing it into the earth. The wood siding was weathered to a sickly gray, and several shutters hung at odd angles from their hinges. A long flight of wooden stairs led up to the main entrance, each step sagging slightly in the middle from decades of use. The railings were loose, wobbling dangerously when touched. As we climbed, I noticed that many of the balusters were missing entirely, leaving gaps that seemed to stare down at us like empty eye sockets. "Home, sweet home," Sam called out from the front door, his voice carrying a forced cheerfulness that didn't match the nervous energy radiating from his posture. "Come on up." The layout Sam had described over the phone became clear as we explored. The front door opened into a cramped foyer with a door to the basement on the left and stairs curving up to the right. The basement door was painted a deep red that looked almost black in the dim light, and something about it made me want to avoid looking directly at it. Following Sam up the curving staircase, I noticed the walls were covered in old family photographs, but they were so faded and water-stained that the faces were barely recognizable. The few that were clear enough to make out showed people from decades past, their expressions stern and unwelcoming. The second floor housed a bedroom to the left and what Sam called the utility area to the right, a cramped space containing the hot tub, laundry facilities, and water heater. The hot tub was covered with a tarp that had clearly been there for years, and the water heater made concerning gurgling sounds that echoed through the pipes in the walls. Another flight of stairs led to the 3rd floor, which opened into a large living room. The space might have been welcoming once, but now it felt cavernous and cold. The furniture was covered in dust sheets, creating ghostly silhouettes in the dim light filtering through dirty windows. The kitchen was tucked into the left corner, its avocado green appliances clearly dating from the 1970s. "And that's the loft," Sam said, pointing to a narrow staircase that disappeared into darkness above. "That's where you guys will be sleeping. Hope you don't mind the close quarters." The loft was a low-ceilinged space under the eaves, with just enough room for a few mattresses on the floor. The single window was covered with heavy curtains, and when I pulled them aside, I was greeted by a view of the smaller cabin Sam had mentioned. It sat about 50 yards away, connected to the main building by a well-worn path through the trees. The guest cabin was a 2-story structure that somehow looked even more neglected than the main house. Its windows were dark, and something about the way it sat among the trees made it seem like it was watching us. "We'll probably spend most of our time over there," Sam said, noticing my gaze. "It's got a great view from the 2nd-floor balcony." As the sun began to set behind the mountains, casting long shadows across the clearing, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being observed. Every time I looked toward the tree line, I expected to see someone standing there, watching. But there was never anyone there, just the deepening shadows and the oppressive silence that seemed to press in from all sides. The next morning arrived gray and overcast with a mist that clung to the ground and made the air feel thick and heavy. Sam's parents had prepared breakfast in the main cabin's kitchen, but the atmosphere was strained. His mother kept glancing nervously toward the windows, and his father seemed unusually quiet, barely speaking except to grunt responses to direct questions. Why don't you boys go check out the guest cabin? Sam's mother suggested, her voice pitched higher than normal. Get some fresh air before the day gets too hot. Something in her tone suggested this was less a suggestion and more a desperate attempt to get us out of the main cabin. I caught David's eye, and he nodded slightly. He'd noticed it too. The walk to the guest cabin felt longer than it should have, the mist seeming to muffle our footsteps and make the surrounding trees appear and disappear like phantoms. The cabin's exterior was even more deteriorated up close. The paint was peeling in long strips, and several of the boards were warped and split. The front door was painted the same unsettling dark red as the basement door in the main cabin. Sam produced a set of keys from his pocket, their metal surface black with age and wear. My grandfather always kept this place locked, he said, struggling with the key in the stubborn lock. Said it was too valuable to leave open, though I never understood what was so valuable about it. The lock finally gave way with a grinding sound that seemed to echo through the mist. The door swung open with a prolonged creak that made my teeth ache. The interior was dark and smelled of old wood, mildew, and something else. Something organic and unpleasant that I couldn't identify. The first floor was a single room with a stone fireplace on one wall and a narrow staircase leading to the second floor. The floorboards were warped and stained, and they groaned ominously under our weight. But it was the walls that truly unsettled me. They were covered in old photographs, but unlike the faded family portraits in the main cabin, these were sharp and clear. They showed the cabin and surrounding area from decades past, but in every single photograph, there were figures in the background. Shadowy forms that seemed to be watching from the tree line. Weird, right? Sam said, noticing my attention. My grandfather was really into photography. He documented everything that happened around here. I moved closer to examine one of the photographs. It showed the clearing where the main cabin now stood, but the cabin itself was much smaller, perhaps only 2 stories. In the background, partially obscured by the shadows of the trees, was a figure that appeared to be wearing old-fashioned clothing. But what made my breath catch was the figure's face, or rather, the complete absence of features where a face should have been. "Sam?" I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "Who are these people in the photographs?" He moved to stand beside me, squinting at the image. I don't know. I never really looked at them closely before. My grandfather never talked about them. David had moved to the window on the left side of the room and was struggling with the latch. "This window's been painted shut," he said, putting his shoulder against the frame. "Probably hasn't been opened in years." With a sudden crack, the window flew open, and a rush of cold air filled the room. The mist outside swirled and eddied, and for a moment, I could have sworn I saw a figure standing just at the edge of the clearing watching us. But when I blinked, there was nothing there. "Let's check out the second floor," Sam suggested, though his voice lacked enthusiasm. The staircase was narrow and steep, with railings that felt loose and unreliable. Each step creaked and sagged, and I found myself gripping the railing despite my distrust of its stability. The second floor was even smaller than the first, containing only a small sitting area and a door that led to what Sam had described as a balcony. The balcony was really more of a small deck with a railing that felt dangerously low. It offered a view of the main cabin and the surrounding forest. But from this elevated position, the trees seemed to press closer, their branches reaching toward the cabin like grasping fingers. We stood on the balcony for about 15 minutes, trying to make casual conversation, but the oppressive atmosphere made normal chatter feel forced and unnatural. The mist continued to swirl around us, and the silence of the forest was so complete it was almost deafening. "I think I'm ready to head back," David said finally, and I could hear the relief in his voice. As we turned to go back inside, I pulled the balcony door closed behind us. The latch clicked with a finality that seemed to echo through the small space. What happened next would replay in my mind for months afterward, each detail becoming more vivid and disturbing with each recollection. We had descended to the first floor and were preparing to leave when David suddenly stopped and stared at the window he had struggled to open earlier. "That's impossible," he said, his voice flat and emotionless. I followed his gaze and felt my stomach drop. The window that had been painted shut, the one that had required significant effort to open, was now closed again. Not just closed, it looked exactly as it had when we'd first entered the cabin, as if it had never been opened at all. Maybe it just fell shut, Sam suggested, but his voice lacked conviction. David moved to the window and examined the frame carefully. "Look at this," he said, running his finger along the edge. "The paint seal is intact. This window hasn't been opened in years." The three of us stood staring at the window, trying to process what we were seeing. There had to be a logical explanation. Windows didn't just seal themselves with paint, but the evidence was undeniable. The window appeared exactly as it had when we'd first entered the cabin. "We need to get out of here," I said, my voice coming out higher than I intended. We headed for the door, but as we reached it, Sam stopped and patted his pockets frantically. "The keys," he said. "I left them on the balcony." The thought of going back up those stairs, of returning to that oppressive second floor, made my skin crawl. But without the keys, we'd have to explain to Sam's parents how we'd gotten locked out of the cabin they'd trusted us to explore. "I'll get them," I said, though every instinct screamed against it. I climbed the stairs again, each step feeling heavier than the last. The second floor felt different now, smaller, more claustrophobic. The air seemed thicker, and I had to fight the urge to hold my breath. I found the keys on the small table next to the balcony door and grabbed them quickly, eager to escape. But as I turned to leave, I noticed something that made my blood freeze. The balcony door was standing wide open. I had closed it. I was absolutely certain I had closed it. The memory of the latch clicking into place was crystal clear in my mind. But now it stood open, and the mist from outside was drifting into the room, carrying with it the smell of decay and something else. Something that reminded me of old photographs and forgotten spaces. I backed toward the stairs, not taking my eyes off the open door. As I reached the top step, I heard it. A sound that would haunt me for months afterward. It was a soft shuffling, like footsteps, coming from the balcony. I didn't wait to see what might be making the sound. I ran down the stairs, taking them two at a time, and burst into the first floor where David and Sam were waiting. "We need to leave now," I said, grabbing David's arm and pulling him toward the door. "What happened?" Sam asked, but I was already pushing past him, fumbling with the door handle. "I'll tell you outside," I said, finally getting the door open. We stepped out into the mist, and I turned to close the door behind us. But as I did, I looked back into the cabin one last time. At the top of the stairs, just visible in the dim light, was a shadow that didn't belong to any of us. It was tall and thin, and it seemed to be watching us leave. I slammed the door shut and turned the key in the lock, my hands shaking so badly I could barely manage it. The click of the lock seemed to echo through the mist, and for a moment, everything was silent. Then from inside the cabin came the sound of footsteps moving across the floor above. The three of us stood frozen in the mist, staring at the locked door of the guest cabin. The footsteps continued for several long moments, slow, deliberate steps that seemed to move from one end of the second floor to the other. Then, abruptly, they stopped. "Did you guys hear that?" Sam whispered, his face pale. David nodded slowly. "Someone's in there." The logical part of my mind tried to find a rational explanation. Perhaps a board had fallen, or an animal had somehow gotten inside. But the sounds had been too rhythmic, too purposeful. They were definitely footsteps, and they were definitely human. "We need to go back to the main cabin and tell your parents," I said, my voice barely steady. "No," Sam said quickly. They'll think we're just being kids making up stories. They already think I'm too imaginative. Then what do you suggest? David asked. Sam looked back at the cabin, his jaw set with determination. We go back in. We find out who's in there. The idea of returning to that oppressive space made my stomach churn, but I couldn't let Sam and David go alone. We decided to return to the main cabin first, to arm ourselves with whatever we could find. Sam's parents were nowhere to be seen, but we found a collection of kitchen knives and some heavy flashlights in a utility drawer. If there's someone in there, David said, testing the weight of a large carving knife, they're trespassing. We have every right to confront them. The walk back to the guest cabin felt like a march to execution. The mist had grown thicker, reducing visibility to just a few feet in any direction. The trees seemed to press closer, their branches reaching out like grasping fingers. Every shadow looked like a potential threat, every sound like an approaching footstep. We reached the cabin door, and Sam hesitated with the key in his hand. What if they're dangerous? He asked. What if they're not there at all? David countered. What if we just imagined it? I knew we hadn't imagined it, but I didn't voice that thought. Instead, I gripped my flashlight tighter and nodded for Sam to unlock the door. The cabin interior was exactly as we'd left it, but the atmosphere felt different, charged with tension and the lingering sense of a presence that didn't belong. We stood in the doorway for a moment, listening. The silence was complete, but somehow threatening. Hello? Sam called out, his voice echoing in the empty space. If anyone's in here, you need to come out. This is private property. No response. The only sound was our own breathing and the distant drip of water from somewhere in the walls. Let's check the first floor thoroughly, David suggested. We moved through the single room methodically, checking behind the sparse furniture and in the corners where shadows gathered. The stone fireplace was cold and empty, filled only with ancient ashes. The photographs on the walls seemed to watch us as we searched, their shadowy figures more ominous in the dim light. There's nowhere to hide down here, Sam said. If someone was in the cabin, they had to be upstairs. The prospect of climbing those stairs again made my skin crawl, but there was no alternative. We had to know for certain whether someone had been in the cabin or if we were losing our minds. I led the way up the narrow staircase, my flashlight beam dancing ahead of me. Each step creaked and groaned, announcing our presence to anyone who might be waiting above. The second floor came into view gradually, first the ceiling, then the walls, then the floor. It was empty. Completely, utterly empty. We searched every corner, every shadow, every possible hiding place. The small sitting area contained only a few pieces of old furniture, none large enough to conceal a person. The balcony door was closed now, though I was certain I had left it open. There's no one here, David said, but his voice lacked conviction. Then who was walking around up here? Sam asked. I was examining the floor, looking for any sign that someone had been present. The floorboards were covered in a fine layer of dust, and our footprints from our earlier visit were clearly visible. But there were other marks too, long, dragging impressions that suggested something heavy had been moved across the floor. Look at this, I said, pointing to the marks. We followed the trail of disturbed dust from the top of the stairs to the balcony door. The marks were too regular to be accidental, too purposeful to be anything but deliberate. Someone or something had indeed been moving around up there. We need to get out of here, I said, my voice tight with fear. As we turned to leave, I took one last look around the room. In the corner, barely visible in the shadows, was something that made my breath catch. It was a piece of paper, old and yellowed, lying on the floor near the wall. I picked it up with trembling hands. It was a photograph, similar to the ones that covered the walls downstairs, but this one was different. It showed the guest cabin from the outside, taken from the position where we had been standing just minutes earlier. In the second-floor window, clearly visible despite the old quality of the photograph, was a figure. The figure was tall and thin, wearing clothes that seemed to be from decades past. But it was the face that made me drop the photograph and stumble backward. Where the face should have been, there was nothing. Just a smooth, featureless surface that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. "What is it?" Sam asked, but I was already running for the stairs, the photograph forgotten on the floor behind me. We fled the cabin, locking the door behind us with hands that shook so badly we could barely manage the key. The mist seemed to part before us as we ran, as if eager to help us escape. We didn't stop running until we reached the main cabin, where we collapsed on the front steps, gasping for breath. "What did you see?" David asked, his face pale and drawn. I tried to explain about the photograph, about the figure in the window, but the words came out jumbled and incoherent. The image was burned into my mind. That smooth, featureless face staring out from the second-floor window. "We can't tell anyone about this," Sam said. "They'll think we're crazy." I nodded, though I wondered if we were crazy. The alternative, that something genuinely inexplicable was happening in that cabin, was almost too frightening to consider. Despite our mutual agreement to keep our experience secret, the events at the guest cabin dominated our thoughts for the rest of the day. We went through the motions of normal vacation activities, eating meals, making small talk with Sam's parents, pretending to enjoy ourselves, but the oppressive atmosphere of the place seemed to have infected all of us. Sam's parents noticed our subdued mood, but attributed it to the gloomy weather and the isolation of the cabin. "You boys seem quiet today," his mother observed during lunch. "Maybe you should go into town this afternoon, get some fresh air." The suggestion was tempting, but something kept us from leaving. It was as if the cabin had claimed us, as if we were compelled to stay and witness whatever was unfolding. David, ever the rational one, suggested we approach the situation scientifically. "If there's really something unusual happening," he said as we sat in the main cabin's living room, "then we should be able to document it, get evidence." "What kind of evidence?" Sam asked. "Photographs, recordings, detailed observations. If we're going to convince anyone else, or even ourselves, that something's going on, we need proof." I wasn't sure I wanted proof. The memory of that featureless face in the photograph was already more than I could handle. But David's logical approach was reassuring, and it gave us something to focus on other than our growing fear. We spent the afternoon gathering supplies, cameras, notebooks, a portable tape recorder Sam found in his father's belongings. As evening approached, we made our plans. "We'll go back to the guest cabin after dark," David said. "If there's really something there, it might be more active at night." The idea of returning to that place in the darkness made my stomach clench, but I agreed. We had to know for certain what we were dealing with. Dinner was a strained affair. Sam's parents seemed increasingly uncomfortable, glancing frequently toward the windows as if expecting to see something unwelcome. His father kept clearing his throat and starting to speak, then stopping himself. Finally, as we were finishing our meal, he set down his fork and looked directly at us. "Boys," he said, his voice serious, "I want you to stay away from the guest cabin after dark." The three of us exchanged glances. "Why?" Sam asked. His father was quiet for a long moment, then sighed heavily. "There have been incidents over the years. Nothing dangerous exactly, but unsettling. Your grandfather had some strange ideas about that place." "What kind of incidents?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know. "Sounds, mostly. Footsteps, voices, that sort of thing. Probably just the old wood settling, but it's better to be safe." He paused, then added, "Your grandfather used to say the cabin was occupied, but he was always a bit eccentric." Sam's mother shot her husband a sharp look. "Don't fill their heads with nonsense," she said, but her voice lacked conviction. It's not nonsense if it keeps them safe, he replied. The conversation ended there, but the damage was done. Whatever we had experienced at the guest cabin, it was part of a larger pattern that stretched back years, perhaps decades. The knowledge should have been reassuring. We weren't losing our minds, and we weren't the first to experience the phenomena. Instead, it was terrifying. As the sun set behind the mountains, casting long shadows across the clearing, we made our final preparations. We decided to approach the investigation in shifts, one person watching from the main cabin with binoculars, while the other two explored the guest cabin with cameras and recording equipment. "I'll take the first watch," David volunteered. "You two check out the cabin, and I'll document anything I see from out here." The plan was logical and methodical, exactly what David excelled at. But as we prepared to leave the safety of the main cabin, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were making a terrible mistake. The night was moonless and overcast, with a thick fog that had rolled in from the lake. Our flashlights created small pools of light in the darkness, but beyond their reach, the world disappeared into an impenetrable black void. The guest cabin loomed ahead of us, its windows dark and empty. "Are you sure about this?" Sam asked as we approached the door. I wasn't sure about anything, but I nodded anyway. We had come too far to turn back now. The key turned in the lock with the same grinding sound as before, and the door swung open to reveal the interior of the cabin. Our flashlight beams swept across the room, illuminating the photographs on the walls. In the dancing light, the shadowy figures in the images seemed to move and shift, their featureless faces turning to follow our movements. "Let's get this over with," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. We began our investigation systematically, photographing everything, making detailed notes, recording our observations. The tape recorder's mechanical whir was oddly comforting in the oppressive silence. But as we worked, I became increasingly aware of a presence watching us from the shadows. It started as a feeling, a sense of being observed. But gradually it became more concrete. There were sounds, soft shuffling noises, the creak of floorboards, the whisper of fabric against wood. They were so quiet they could have been imagined, but they were persistent and seemed to come from the second floor. "Do you hear that?" Sam whispered. I nodded, my grip tightening on the camera. The sounds continued for several minutes, growing gradually louder and more distinct. They were definitely footsteps, pacing back and forth across the floor above our heads. "We need to go up there," I said, though the words felt like they were coming from someone else. The staircase seemed longer than before, each step an eternity of creaking wood and rising fear. The second floor was dark and empty, but the temperature was noticeably colder than the floor below. Our breath misted in the frigid air, and the floorboards were covered with a thin layer of frost. "That's not normal," Sam said, his voice barely audible. I began taking photographs, the camera flash illuminating the room in stark white bursts. In the brief moments of brightness, I thought I could see shapes moving in the corners, but when I looked directly, there was nothing there. The tape recorder was picking up sounds we couldn't hear, whispers and shuffles and what sounded like distant conversation. When we played it back, the voices were too indistinct to make out words, but the tone was unmistakably human. We spent nearly an hour in that freezing room, documenting everything we could. But it was the photographs that provided the most disturbing evidence. When we developed them later, several showed anomalies, dark shapes that shouldn't have been there, faces in the windows that none of us remembered seeing. One photograph in particular made my hands shake as I held it. It showed the balcony door standing slightly ajar. In the gap between the door and the frame, partially obscured by shadow, was a figure. It was tall and thin, wearing clothes that seemed to be from decades past. And where its face should have been, there was nothing but smooth, featureless darkness. The next day brought no relief from the oppressive atmosphere that had settled over the cabin. If anything, the evidence we had gathered the night before made everything worse. The photographs and recordings provided proof that something was indeed happening at the guest cabin. But that proof came with a terrible price. The knowledge that we were not alone in this isolated place. Sam's parents seemed to sense our distress, though they attributed it to the gloomy weather and the isolation. "Why don't you boys find something fun to do?" his mother suggested after a particularly quiet breakfast. "No point in moping around all day." It was Sam who came up with the idea for the game. "Hide and seek," he said, "but with a twist. We'll use sheets and pretend to be ghosts. The person who's it has to find the ghost without getting caught." The game was clearly an attempt to inject some normalcy into our increasingly surreal situation, to reclaim some sense of control over our environment. David and I agreed readily, eager for any distraction from the events of the previous night. We spent the afternoon preparing, gathering sheets from the linen closet and deciding on the rules. The game would take place in the main cabin, with the second-floor bedroom as the base where the seeker would start. The ghosts would hide throughout the building, moving from location to location to avoid capture. "It'll be fun," Sam said, but his forced cheerfulness didn't hide the nervousness in his voice. As evening approached, we began our game. I volunteered to be the first ghost, partly because I wanted to move around the cabin, and partly because I didn't want to be alone in the bedroom, waiting for the others to find me. I draped a sheet over my head and began looking for a hiding place. The main cabin was full of nooks and crannies, shadows and alcoves where a person could conceal themselves. I eventually settled on a spot near the kitchen where I could observe the living room while remaining hidden. The game proceeded normally for the first few rounds. We took turns being the seeker, the ghosts, switching roles every few minutes. It was almost fun in a childish way, and for brief moments I could forget about the guest cabin and its mysterious occupant. But as the sun set and the shadows grew longer, the game took on a more sinister tone. The sheet-covered figures became genuinely frightening in the dim light, their movements silent and purposeful. More than once, I found myself genuinely startled by one of the ghosts emerging from the shadows. It was during my second turn as a ghost that I saw it. I was hiding in the basement stairwell, peering out through a gap in the sheet, when movement outside caught my eye. Through the small basement window, I could see the guest cabin across the clearing. Its windows were dark, as they had been all day, but as I watched, a figure moved past one of the second-floor windows. The figure was tall and thin, moving with a gliding motion that seemed to defy gravity. It passed from one side of the window to the other, clearly visible despite the darkness inside the cabin. But what made my blood freeze was the realization that the figure was at least 12 feet above the ground, far too high for anyone to reach without a ladder. I threw off the sheet and ran up the stairs, bursting into the living room where Sam and David were still playing their game. "I saw it," I gasped, pointing toward the guest cabin. "In the window. There's someone in there." The game ended abruptly as all three of us crowded around the living room window, staring across the clearing at the guest cabin. The windows were dark and empty now, showing no sign of the figure I had seen. "Are you sure?" David asked, his voice tight with tension. "I'm sure," I said, though I was beginning to doubt my own sanity. "It was in the second-floor window, moving from left to right." "But that's impossible," Sam said. "The cabin's been locked all day, and that window is too high for anyone to reach from outside." We stared at the cabin for several more minutes, but nothing moved in its dark windows. The fog was beginning to roll in again, obscuring the details of the building and making it seem to fade in and out of existence. "Maybe it was just a reflection," David suggested, but his voice lacked conviction. "A reflection of what?" I asked. "There's nothing around here that could create a reflection like that." We abandoned the game and spent the rest of the evening watching the guest cabin from the main cabin's windows. The fog grew thicker as the night progressed, and the guest cabin became increasingly difficult to see. But every now and then, I thought I could make out movement in its windows, shapes that seemed to glide back and forth across the glass. "We need to go over there," Sam said finally. "We need to find out what's happening." "No," I said immediately. "Absolutely not. Not at night." David agreed with me, but Sam was insistent. If there's really someone in there, we need to know. And if there isn't, he trailed off, leaving the implication hanging in the air. We argued for nearly an hour, but eventually exhaustion won out. We agreed to postpone any investigation until the next day, when we could approach the cabin in daylight. But as we prepared for bed, I couldn't shake the image of that figure gliding past the window, its movements too smooth and purposeful to be human. The loft where we slept was cold and cramped, but it offered a view of the guest cabin through its single window. I pulled aside the heavy curtains and peered out into the fog-shrouded night. The guest cabin was barely visible, just a dark shape against the darker forest. But as I watched, lights began to appear in its windows. Not electric lights, but something softer and more diffuse, like candlelight or oil lamps. The lights moved from room to room, creating a pattern that suggested someone was walking through the cabin with a lamp or candle. I wanted to wake David and Sam, to show them what I was seeing, but I was paralyzed by fear. The lights continued to move through the cabin for nearly an hour, sometimes appearing in the first-floor window, sometimes in the second-floor window, sometimes visible on the balcony. Finally, as exhaustion overcame fear, I fell asleep with my face pressed against the cold glass of the window. My last conscious thought was of the figure in the guest cabin, pacing back and forth with its ethereal light, waiting for something. I woke at exactly 3:17 a.m., the digital clock on the nightstand glowing red in the darkness. Something had pulled me from sleep. A sound, a movement, a presence that didn't belong. The loft was silent except for David's steady breathing beside me, but I could feel that something was wrong. I sat up carefully, trying not to wake David, and looked toward the window. The fog had lifted slightly, and the guest cabin was more visible than it had been earlier. But what I saw made every muscle in my body go rigid with terror. There was a figure moving up the stairs to the loft. Not in the guest cabin, but here, in the main cabin, climbing the stairs toward where we slept. It was tall and thin, wearing clothes that seemed to be from decades past, and it moved with that same gliding motion I had seen in the guest cabin window. I tried to wake David, but my voice wouldn't work. I could only watch in frozen horror as the figure reached the top of the stairs and began moving toward our sleeping area. It made no sound as it walked, its feet seeming to barely touch the floor. As it drew closer, I could see its face, or rather, the absence of a face. Where features should have been, there was only smooth, featureless skin that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The sight of that blank face was so terrifying that I felt my mind trying to shut down, to retreat into unconsciousness rather than process what I was seeing. But somehow, I managed to reach out and shake David's shoulder. He woke instantly, his eyes wide and alert. One look at my face told him everything he needed to know, and he turned to look toward the stairs. The figure had stopped moving. It stood at the foot of our sleeping area, its featureless face turned toward us. For a long moment, we stared at each other across the dark loft. Then, without warning, the figure turned and began walking back toward the stairs. David was already reaching for his camera, but I grabbed his wrist. "Don't," I whispered. "Just don't." We watched as the figure descended the stairs, its movements silent and purposeful. When it reached the bottom, it paused and seemed to look back at us. Then it continued toward the front door of the cabin. "It's leaving," David whispered. But I knew it wasn't leaving. It was going back to where it belonged, back to the guest cabin where it had been waiting for decades. The realization that we had somehow disturbed its rest, that our presence had awakened something that should have remained undisturbed, was almost too much to bear. We didn't sleep for the rest of the night. We lay in our sleeping bags, staring at the ceiling and jumping at every sound. When morning finally came, we were exhausted and shaken, but relieved to see daylight streaming through the windows. Sam woke to find us already packed and ready to leave. "What's wrong?" he asked, but one look at our faces told him everything he needed to know. We have to go, I said. Today. Now. He didn't argue. Within an hour, we had loaded our belongings into the car and were ready to leave. Sam's parents seemed relieved to see us go, though they tried to hide it behind polite protestations about our early departure. You boys are welcome back anytime, Sam's father said, but his tone suggested he hoped we wouldn't take him up on the offer. As we drove away from the cabin, I turned for one last look at the guest cabin. In the second-floor window, barely visible in the morning light, was a figure. It was tall and thin, wearing clothes from decades past, and it seemed to be watching us leave. I didn't tell David or Sam what I had seen. There was no point. We were leaving, and that was all that mattered. The drive back to college was silent for the first hour. Finally, David spoke. What do you think it was? I don't know, I said, and I meant it. I don't think I want to know. Do you think we'll ever go back? I thought about the figure in the window, the featureless face, the lights moving through the cabin in the night. No, I said. I don't think we will. Sam invited me to return to the cabin the following summer, but I declined. I had no desire to revisit that place, to risk another encounter with whatever inhabited the guest cabin. Some mysteries are better left unsolved, some doors better left unopened. But sometimes, in the early hours of the morning when the world is quiet and still, I find myself thinking about that figure. I wonder if it's still there, pacing through the rooms of the guest cabin, waiting for the next group of visitors to disturb its rest. And I wonder if, somewhere in the darkness, it's thinking about us too. The memory of that blank, featureless face haunts me still. Not because of what it was, but because of what it represented. The knowledge that there are things in this world that exist beyond our understanding. Things that watch us from the shadows and wait for us in the darkness. I never returned to the cabin, and I never spoke of our experience to anyone outside of David and Sam. But the memory remains, as vivid and terrifying as ever. And sometimes, when I'm alone in the dark, I can almost hear the sound of footsteps moving across the floor above, patient and purposeful, waiting for the right moment to descend the stairs. The Tahoe cabin taught me that some places are meant to be left alone, that some mysteries are too dangerous to solve, and that sometimes, the most frightening thing of all is not what we see in the darkness, but what we know is there, watching us from the shadows, waiting for its moment to reveal itself. God help anyone who stays there long enough to find out what that moment might be. The five of us had been planning this camping trip for months. Me, Jack, Ryan, Mike, and Chris, buddies since high school, looking for one last adventure together before we all went our separate ways after college graduation. We decided on a week-long trek deep into the remote wilderness of Michigan's Upper Peninsula. I had grown up in a small town in Michigan's Lower Peninsula, spending countless hours exploring the local woods as a kid. I loved being immersed in nature, getting away from the noise and distractions of modern life. When my friends suggested this ambitious trip, pushing ourselves to the limit in some of the country's most rugged backcountry, I eagerly agreed. Little did I know that we were about to get far more adventure than we bargained for. That the local legends I had heard whispers about growing up, dark tales of strange creatures and sinister forces lurking in the ancient forests, were more than just stories. That in just a few days my entire understanding of the world, of what's real and what's possible, would be shattered beyond repair. But in that moment, as we gathered our gear and supplies, spirits high with anticipation, all I could think about was spending quality time with some of my oldest friends before our lives inevitably diverged. We had been through so much together. Heartbreaks and triumphs, laughter and tears. This trip felt like a fitting capstone to this chapter of our lives. If only I had known it might be the last time I would see some of them alive. That the bonds of our friendship were about to be tested in the most horrific way imaginable. But ignorance was bliss as we set off, making the long drive north to the trailhead where we would begin our journey into the unknown. Along the way, we made a few stops to pick up some last-minute supplies. Extra batteries for our flashlights, some energy bars, and trail mix for snacking. As we traveled further from civilization and the towns got smaller and further apart, a sense of unease started to creep into my gut. I shrugged it off as just nerves or anticipation. We reached the access road by late afternoon. It was little more than a gravel path, overgrown with weeds, that stretched off into the rapidly darkening forest. According to the map, it was still several miles to the trailhead where we planned to camp for the night before starting our hike the next morning. As Chris maneuvered his SUV over the bumps and ruts, branches scraping disconcertingly against the windows, we started joking to break the tension, trading ghost stories and urban legends from our respective hometowns, and speculating what we might encounter out here in the middle of nowhere. "I heard there are packs of wolves in some of these woods," Mike said. "Like bigger than normal wolves, more aggressive too." "Nah, I bet it's Bigfoot," Jack replied with a grin. "Maybe we'll catch a blurry glimpse of him and finally prove he exists." I forced a chuckle, but inside my sense of foreboding only grew stronger. The stories from my youth were coming back to me now with startling clarity. Tales of people venturing into the woods and never returning, of strange sounds in the night and sightings of unnatural creatures. At the time, I had dismissed them as silly superstitions. Now I wasn't so sure. We reached the empty trailhead parking lot just as the last traces of daylight were fading. Hurriedly, we unloaded our gear, set up our tents, and built a small fire. The night settled over us, a cloak of impenetrable darkness pierced only by the dancing flames and the beams of our flashlights. Strange animal calls echoed from the void around us. Huddled around the campfire, we cooked some hot dogs on sticks, cracked open some beers, and tried to recapture our earlier excitement. But an ineffable heaviness now hung in the air. An almost primal sense of being watched, of not being welcome here. I couldn't quite put it into words. Couldn't tell if my friends felt it too, or if it was just my imagination running wild. If I had heeded my intuition then, if we had simply packed up our things, driven away and never looked back, maybe things would have turned out differently. Maybe the horrors to come could have been avoided. But in that moment, slightly buzzed and not wanting to wimp out in front of my buddies, I pushed my unease down deep inside me and tried to focus on the good times ahead. As we zipped ourselves into our tents that night, the first ominous howl pierced the air. High and quavering, it sounded close. Too close. Mike made a joke about it probably being a coyote. But I thought I detected a note of tension in his voice that matched my own. The howl came again, even closer, followed by another and another. Soon the night was alive with the eerie chorus. None of us slept very well that night. And that was only the beginning. The next morning dawned gray and drizzly as we emerged from our tents, low clouds sheathing the tops of the towering pines around us. The events of the previous night almost felt like a dream. Surely those unearthly sounds were just coyotes or wolves, right? Nothing to be alarmed about out here in the untamed wilderness. At least that's what we tried to convince ourselves as we scarfed down some instant oatmeal and broke camp. But as we shouldered our heavy backpacks and set off down the muddy trail, I couldn't shake my lingering unease. The forest felt different in the gloomy daylight, almost malevolent, like we were trespassing in a place we didn't belong. The rough path, overgrown with roots and vegetation, led steadily uphill, deeper and deeper into woods. "Hey, did you see that?" Ryan suddenly asked after about an hour of hiking, pointing off into the dense tangle of underbrush to our right. We all stopped and followed his gaze, but none of us spotted anything out of the ordinary. "See what?" Jack asked. "I thought I saw—" "Never mind, it's nothing. Let's keep going," Ryan replied. But I noticed he kept casting nervous glances over his shoulder after that. As the day wore on, the drizzle thickened into a penetrating, chilly rain, cutting through our rain gear and dampening our spirits. According to the map and compass, we still had a ways to go before reaching the first backcountry campsite. The path ascended a series of steep hills and rocky outcroppings, the monotony broken only by the occasional stream crossing or small waterfall. During one break, huddling under a makeshift shelter made from a tarp to eat some beef jerky and trail mix, Mike remarked that he hadn't seen a single sign of civilization all day. No footprints, fire rings, or litter indicating other hikers. Unusual for such a scenic area, even if it was remote. Well, that's kind of the whole point, Chris said. To get away from the crowds and experience some real solitude. I know, but doesn't it feel like we're the only people for 100 miles in any direction? Mike pressed. It's a bit eerie, that's all. Now that he mentioned it, the absence of any human traces was a bit disconcerting. Combined with the steadily worsening weather and the gloom of the forest, an unmistakable air of isolation and vulnerability crept over us. We hurried to pack up and get moving again, simply to have something to focus on other than our growing discomfort. Shortly after that, we made a chilling discovery. Right in the middle of the trail, illuminated by the weak light filtering through the rain-soaked canopy, was a large paw print in the mud. Except paw didn't really do it justice. The impression was as wide as my splayed hand, and the individual claw marks at the tips were inches long. It reminded me of a bear track, except bigger. Much bigger. We all exchanged uneasy glances. There weren't supposed to be grizzly bears in Michigan, right? And even if there were, what kind of bear could possibly leave a print that massive? When I knelt down to examine it more closely, I noticed a strange pattern of smaller markings surrounding the main track, almost like arcane symbols. A shudder ran through me that had nothing to do with the rain or the cold. Maybe we should head back, Jack suggested, trying to keep his voice steady. This doesn't feel right. For a split second, we all considered it. The thought of just turning around, returning to the world we knew and understood, was powerfully tempting. But some combination of stubbornness, peer pressure, and misplaced bravado made us push onwards in the end. Mike reasoned that whatever animal made that track was probably long gone by now. And after coming all this way, none of us wanted to admit defeat without reaching our goals. So we nervously continued, hyper alert for any other signs of the creature as the path wound deeper into the sodden grayness. With every passing minute, every squelching step, I felt like we were crossing an invisible threshold into a primordial world governed by forces we couldn't begin to comprehend. A world that was perhaps better left undisturbed. After several more arduous miles, we straggled into the backcountry campsite by a small lake, utterly exhausted and chilled to the bone. It took us longer than it should have to get tents set up and a fire started with numb fingers and waterlogged kindling. To our immense relief, the rest of the evening passed without incident. There were no more unearthly howls, no signs of that impossibly large creature besides the single paw print we had stumbled across. Maybe, I dared to hope, it had all been a product of our overactive imaginations and the oppressive atmosphere of the deep woods. But that fragile optimism shattered in the darkest hours of the night, when I awoke suddenly to the sounds of screams and the unmistakable sensation that something was terribly, terribly wrong. I jolted upright in my sleeping bag, my heart pounding in the darkness. For a disoriented moment, I thought perhaps the screams had just been part of a nightmare, some lingering fragment of dream. But then they came again, long, wavering shrieks of mortal terror and agony that sent ice water flooding through my veins. And judging by their volume, they were coming from the tent right next to mine. Mike and Chris's tent. Frantically, I fumbled for the zipper of my tent flap and spilled out into the campsite. The fire pit was little more than glowing coals, but as my eyes adjusted, I could see a scene of utter chaos in the flickering light. Mike and Chris's tent had collapsed, the shape of their thrashing bodies straining against the fabric as they cried out. And something else was in there with them, a hulking, snarling black form with glowing red eyes that hinted at an impossible size. I dimly registered Ryan and Jack stumbling out of their tent as well, the horror in their exclamations mirroring my own shock. Before any of us could react further, there was one last piteous shriek, and then a wet, ripping sound that made my stomach turn. The screams stopped abruptly. Something large rustled inside the ruined tent, and then, to my further revulsion, began audibly feeding. "Oh my God," Ryan was saying over and over, his voice high and hysterical. "What is that thing?" I had no words to answer. Some deep, primordial instinct had taken over my body, flooding my system with adrenaline. Without thinking, I lunged for my backpack, still with most of my gear inside, and swung it over my shoulders. "We have to get out of here now," I yelled at Jack and Ryan. "Into the woods! It's our only chance!" I didn't wait for a response before plunging into the dark tangle of trees, thorns tearing at my clothes. Blind, mindless panic carried me forward, crashing through the underbrush with no thought for direction or destination. Just away. Far away from the nightmare behind us. After a few minutes, when the burn in my lungs and legs made it impossible to run any further, I stumbled to a stop and looked back. I could no longer see the faint glow of our campfire. The woods were utterly still. No screams, no sounds of pursuit. I strained my ears but couldn't hear Jack or Ryan either. An awful sinking feeling grew in my gut as I contemplated the implications. Was I now alone out here? Had we all just scattered in different directions? But before I could fully process this new horrific development, an alien sound shattered the quiet night. It was vaguely similar to the howls we had heard the previous evening, except deeper, more guttural, and filled with a savage, triumphant bloodlust that sent a bolt of primitive terror straight down my spine. It was coming from the direction of our abandoned camp. And judging by the way it echoed off the hills, bouncing and overlapping itself, it wasn't just a single source. There were multiple creatures out there, and they were on the hunt. I broke into a stumbling run again, whipped onward by a fresh jolt of fear. The forest had become a hostile labyrinth, every shadow a lurking threat. Tree branches snatched at me like claws, and I had to bite back a scream every time I brushed against something in the dark. But far worse than the physical obstacles were the noises that began to grow behind me, getting steadily louder. Rustling and snapping of vegetation, excited snarls and whines like a pack of predators zeroing in on frightened prey. I didn't dare look back, terrified of what I might see gaining on me. But I could feel the prickle on the back of my neck that meant something was watching me, stalking me. Whatever these creatures were, wolves or bears, or something infinitely more sinister, they clearly knew this terrain far better than I did. And they could smell my fear, using it to track me through the pitch black. I felt like a mouse in a brutal game of cat and mouse, hopelessly outmatched and out of my depth. My foot caught a root and I went sprawling, my backpack flying, the breath knocked out of my lungs. I frantically rolled over, expecting fangs to sink into my flesh at any moment, but instead saw two pinpricks of light approaching in the distance, bobbing and weaving between the trees. Flashlights. "Jack? Ryan?" I called out desperately. "Is that you?" A wave of relief crashed through me as I recognized my friends' panting voices calling back. Apparently we had all instinctively run in the same direction. I staggered upright and hurried toward them on badly shaking legs. But our reunion was tainted by shared grief and ongoing terror. In broken half-sentences, they filled me in on what little more they had seen. The hulking thing that had butchered Mike and Chris was like no animal any of us had ever witnessed. When it bounded out of the wrecked tent and loped off into the forest, Ryan had gotten a glimpse of its full body in the firelight and said it almost seemed to be walking upright at times, like some twisted werewolf from a horror movie. And now several of the beasts were undoubtedly still out here, tracking us. We had no weapons, no shelter, no idea where we were in relation to the trail or the road. I cursed myself for ever agreeing to this trip, for ignoring the dread that had nagged me from the start. Our hubris and complacency had led us straight into a deadly trap with no obvious way out. But we couldn't just give up. Mike and Chris deserved better than that. And I sure as hell wasn't about to lay down and die in this godforsaken forest without a fight. I still had my backpack with a bit of gear, and Jack and Ryan had managed to grab theirs as well. We would have to rely on our wits and diminishing adrenaline to survive the night. And so, with the baying of the creatures still echoing far too close for comfort, we fled deeper into the shadowed woods, not knowing what further horrors lay ahead of us. The only thing we knew for certain: we were now playing by an older, wilder set of rules, and the odds were decidedly not in our favor. I'd like to say that things got better after that initial horrific attack, that we managed to find a moment to catch our breaths and get our bearings. But the truth is, we remained in a state of constant mortal terror, a nightmare from which there seemed to be no waking. The forest itself seemed to turn against us, determined to thwart our escape at every turn. We quickly became hopelessly disoriented, unsure which direction the road lay. The clouds obscured any stars that could aid in navigation, and our compass seemed to spin aimlessly, giving no clear bearing. It was as if some unseen force was deliberately clouding our minds, herding us inexorably deeper into the wilderness. Several times we blundered into marshy, sucking bogs that threatened to drag us down into their rank depths. Thorny underbrush tore at our skin and clothes, leaving us bleeding from 100 small cuts. And always there was the feeling of being watched, stalked, toyed with by an intelligence far greater than our own. We snatched moments of fitful rest, only when sheer exhaustion demanded it, slumping against tree trunks with our heart still racing. But every time we closed our eyes, gruesome images assaulted us. Visions of Mike and Chris's final moments, the ravenous creature that had torn them apart. We jerked awake over and over, unsure if the sourceless rustling and creaking around us was real or imagined. As if the physical hardships and mental strain weren't enough, it soon became apparent that we were being hunted by more than just the creatures. Something dark and insidious was seeping into our minds, exploiting our mounting dread and despair. It started as a faint whispering at the edges of my consciousness, easy to dismiss as the product of an overstressed mind. But as the night wore on, the voice grew louder, taking on a pervasive quality that I couldn't shut out no matter how hard I tried. "You're going to die out here," it hissed venomously. "Just like your friends. One by one, the beast will rip you to shreds and feast on your flesh. It's inevitable." I clapped my hands over my ears, but it made no difference. The whispering seemed to emanate from inside my own skull. Judging by my friends' haunted expressions, they were experiencing the same disturbing phenomenon. "There is no escape." The voice continued relentlessly. "You are miles from any hope of rescue. No one will ever find your bodies. Give in to the fear. Let it consume you." With an effort of will, I wrenched my mind away from the insidious murmuring. I couldn't let it overwhelm me, sap what remained of my fragile resolve. But it was clear that whatever malign force lurked in this forest could not only hunt us physically but mentally as well, preying on our deepest anxieties. Desperation and dwindling hope made time seem to slow to a torturous crawl. Minutes felt like hours like eternities, as we plodded onward in a daze of misery, every rustle of leaves or snap of a twig making us flinch. My muscles burned and my lungs ached, but it was nothing compared to the acid bite of Jack's dire question. What if we're just walking in circles? What if there is no way out, and this is just some sort of sick game to that thing? I had no reassuring response to offer. With each passing moment, the possibility that we had stumbled into not just a physical territory but a spiritual domain not meant for humans felt more and more plausible. A place where the normal rules of nature held no sway. As if to punctuate that grim thought, an abrupt change in the cadence of baying and howling in the distance reached my ears. The undulating cries took on a new note, one of triumph and imminent attack. They had found us again, and this time sounded much, much closer. Run! I croaked through a parched throat. We have to move now. Galvanized by pure survival instinct, we crashed blindly through the underbrush, half falling down a brushy ravine in our haste. Branches slapped our faces and hidden rocks turned our ankles, but we barely felt them. Too focused on the sounds of large bodies bounding through the woods behind us, closing the gap with horrifying speed. Then Ryan, slightly ahead of Jack and I, let out a sudden cry. But it was one of surprise and cautious relief, not pain or fear. I see a light. I think there's a cabin up ahead. A structure, even a dilapidated outpost, meant a chance of shelter and defensible walls. We surged toward it in a final burst of desperate energy. The ramshackle cabin appeared out of the darkness, its windows glowing dimly from some sourceless interior light. Rotten wooden steps groaned under our weight as we leaped onto the sagging porch. I wrenched open the door, praying it wasn't locked. Mercifully, it swung open and we piled through, slamming it behind us. The single room was barren and thick with dust, cobwebs stringing the ceiling. Besides a rickety chair and table, the only feature was a cold stone hearth. But I hardly registered the details, too busy frantically dragging the table in front of the door as a barricade while Jack and Ryan shoved the chair under the handle as a wedge. No sooner had we finished our crude fortifications than a heavy weight slammed into the walls, rattling the entire cabin on its foundation. I yelped in shock, retreating to the center of the room as the impacts intensified, claws raking across the outer planks, a chorus of snarls and guttural roars shaking the night. We had reached a temporary refuge, but for how long? The creatures had us surrounded and besieged, the door and fragile walls the only things holding them at bay. How sturdy was this building? Would it withstand a sustained assault by beasts of unnatural strength? And what dark surprises might lurk inside it? There was no time to ponder those dire questions. The creatures battered the cabin with relentless fury, dust motes dancing in the air with each shuddering impact. Paralyzed with primordial fear, we could only huddle together and pray that the long claws rending the wood couldn't find a way in. But the true threat, I would soon discover, came from the innocuous stone hearth. I had assumed it was long cold, unused for years. But as I stared in numb horror, faint lines began to appear in the soot caked on its surface. Lines that resolved into eldritch symbols pulsing with a glimmer of unwholesome purple light. Symbols that looked unnervingly similar to those we had seen around the massive paw print on the trail earlier. With dawning comprehension came the icy realization. The cabin wasn't a sanctuary. It was a sacrificial altar. And by entering it, we hadn't escaped the trap. We had sprung it. The hideous implication struck me like a hammer blow. This was no coincidence or stroke of bad luck that had led us to this decrepit cabin. Sinister intent had guided our every nightmarish step, driving us with ruthless calculation to this very room, this very moment. We weren't just being hunted, we were being harvested. But before the reality could sink in, before I could voice a warning to Jack and Ryan, new motion within the stone fireplace arrested my attention. The plumes of dust hanging in the air began to stir and swirl as if sifted by an unseen hand. Then, to my uncomprehending disbelief, the motes coalesced into a face. It hovered in midair, vaguely human in shape, but gaunt and hollow-cheeked to the point of emaciation. A ghostly purple light smoldered in the depths of its empty eye sockets, blazing with cruel awareness. When it spoke, its voice was the papery whisper of long-dead leaves scudding across a moonlit crypt. At last, fresh blood and bones crossed my threshold. It sighed in obscene satisfaction. So many years I have waited, gathering strength in this between place, preparing for the glorious hunt. My tongue felt welded to the roof of my mouth. I could only gape in slack-jawed horror as the phantasmic visage literally drank in my terror, its form solidifying, gaining substance from my fear. What? What are you? I finally managed to croak. The thing's lipless mouth curved into a vile approximation of a smile. I am the spirit of this land, ancient and eternal. I am the primal fear that lurks in the hearts of all prey. I am the shadow cast by the moon, the mist that clings to the bogs, the wraith that stalks the night. And you, dear children, are my sacrificial lambs. Through the fog of my stupefaction, I dimly registered that the assault on the cabin walls had ceased. An awful intuition rose in my mind. The beasts had only been driving us here all along, into the lair of their master. Why us? Ryan's strangled whisper mirrored my own dazed incomprehension. What do you want? Because you were foolish enough to trespass in my domain. Because your blind arrogance amuses me. Because your pain and fear is sweet nectar to my lips. The nightmarish entity drifted closer, its tattered shroud of shadows undulating hungrily. As for what I want to savor your despair as I flay your minds, to feel your sanity unravel as I peel it apart, layer by layer, to feed on your life force until nothing remains but gibbering husks. Bile rose in my throat, an eternity of torment, of having our very essences devoured and corrupted, seemed a fate infinitely worse than a quick death under rending claws. And in that moment of blackest revelation, I knew with numb certainty it had all been inevitable from the moment we set foot in these cursed woods, that it wasn't poor decisions or random chance that had brought us to this fate. The spirit of this place had orchestrated every step of our doom in an intricate and malevolent dance as foreordained as the phases of the moon. Fight or flight instinct still screamed at me to run, to try for the door, but my muscles refused to obey. I was a hair frozen beneath the gaze of a cobra, unwilling mesmerism rooting me to the spot. Helpless tears tracked down my cheeks as I contemplated an existence more hellish than I could ever conceive. But then, through the haze of my despair, I noticed something. The runes etched into the fireplace, the very symbols that seemed to grant the wraith its power, had begun to flicker and dim. The more the malevolent spirit manifested, the more energy it expended, the weaker their eldritch light grew. As if its presence here, on this side of the void, was only made possible by the mystical conduit they provided. And without that anchor, that foothold, a desperate idea kindled in my mind then, born of the absolute certainty that if I did nothing, we would suffer a fate more horrific than death. With my last ounce of defiance, I lunged for the dwindling embers of our fire and snatched up a half-charred log, ignoring the flash of pain as it seared my hands. The wraith let loose a hiss of outrage, its form billowing violently. "Impudent child, you dare?" But there was a shrill edge to its fury, a tinge of what almost sounded like fear. Before it could fully react, I swung the log with all my might at the fireplace, directly at the heart of the pulsing ward runes. The impact shattered the weakened stone, sending shards exploding outward. Instantly, the purple light surged, writhing across the masonry as if in mortal agony. A piercing shriek rattled the window panes. I struck again and again, chipping away at the sigils even as the wraith howled and clawed at my face with talons of shadow. White-hot pain lanced through my head, 1,000 nightmarish visions threatening to pull me under. But I clung to consciousness like a drowning man, flailing blindly in a haze of flying soot and rock dust. Then, with a final crunch, the last rune guttered out like a candle flame snuffed by an unseen breath. The wraith's cry rose to an ear-splitting crescendo, its form shredding apart at the edges as it wailed its thwarted malice. The unnatural wind whipping through the cabin reached gale force, slamming me backwards into the wall. Dimly, over the eldritch maelstrom, I heard Jack and Ryan shouting, calling my name. Then, as abruptly as it began, the chaos ceased. An unnatural silence descended, so deep and still that for a harrowing moment I thought I had gone deaf. But then I heard it. The slow, welcome creaks and groans of a normal forest at night. The oppressive atmosphere of dread and doom was simply gone. Vanished along with the wraith and its sigil-spun prison. Shaking, drained, but alive, I hauled myself painfully to my feet amid the ruins and embraced my ashen-faced friends. We had survived an unreality more terrifying than any sane mind could comprehend. But our ordeal wasn't quite finished. We still had to escape these shadow-haunted woods and carry word of what transpired to the outside world, in solemn memory of those we had lost. The journey back to the trailhead was a stumbling, nightmarish ordeal that I recall only in the haziest of fragments. Miles that felt like lifetimes, jumping at every snapping twig, clinging to the faintest hint of dawn on the horizon like a talisman against the horrors of the night. Every time I blinked, I saw the after-image of the Wraith's baleful visage, or flashes of the grisly fates of Mike and Chris. Somehow, eventually, we staggered back to Chris's waiting car, falling into an exhausted silence as we sped back toward the nearest vestige of civilization. The same unspoken question hung over us like a pall. How could we possibly find the words to convey the full depths of the nightmare we had endured and still preserve our tenuous hold on sanity? Who would believe us? In the end, I'm still not sure what I believe. If the whole experience was some shared delusion born of isolation and primal paranoia, or if we really had become pawns in a hunt as old as fear itself, orchestrated by a malign intelligence beyond the scope of the rational. I only know that not a single night has passed since that I don't bolt awake in a cold sweat, the ragged screams of the dying echoing in my ears, desperate to assure myself that the glint of purple light in the darkness is just a trick of an overstrung mind. But when the wind rattles the panes and the branches scratch at the window like claws, and the moon rides high and baleful in a starless sky, doubt gnaws at me with an icy dread. Because the one thing I know with crystalline certainty is that places like those we dared tread exist. Primeval pockets of land that have never known the taming touch of human civilization. And in those shadowed, silent reaches, things older than time itself hold sway, as patient and pitiless as the turning of the seasons. So I leave this account as a warning and a reminder. To any who find their hubris and curiosity drawing them to test themselves against the denizens of the wild, look elsewhere for your trials of courage. For there are some places man was never meant to walk, some mysteries that should remain buried beneath the dead leaves and loam. Because in the deepest, darkest depths of the forest, the only rule is that of fang and claw, and if you stray from the light, you may discover that you are not the hunter after all, but the prey. The days and weeks following our escape from the forest were a blur of police interviews, fruitless searches, and the agonizing task of breaking the news to Mike and Chris's devastated families. At first, we tried to tell the truth, to describe the nightmarish entities that had hunted us, and the arcane horrors that haunted that forest. But the skepticism and incredulity in the eyes of the authorities quickly made it clear that revealing the full extent of what we had witnessed would only damage our credibility and likely our perceived sanity. So, as much as it pained me, we amended our story. We claimed that Mike and Chris had been attacked by unusually large and vicious bears, their bodies dragged off into the woods. It was still a difficult narrative to swallow given the lack of any remains, but far more plausible than the eldritch truth. Perhaps that's why, despite multiple intensive searches, no trace of our friends was ever found, as if the forest itself had swallowed all evidence that they had ever existed. When the authorities called off the official rescue efforts after a week, I couldn't even summon much surprise. Some bitter, intuitive part of me knew we would never see Mike or Chris again, in this life or any other. In a way, not having the finality of recovered bodies made the grieving process even more excruciating. Their families vacillated between despairing acceptance and raging denial, demanding answers we couldn't provide. Jack, Ryan, and I drifted apart under the weight of our shared trauma, each grappling with the impossible memories in our own way. I threw myself into researching the history and folklore of those woods, desperate to find some context for what had happened to us. Late into the night, I pored over obscure texts and websites, learning far more than I ever wanted to know about the shadowy corners of the world where myth and reality intersect. I discovered that the area had been shunned by indigenous tribes for generations before European settlers ever arrived. That it was known in certain circles as a thin place, where the veil between our world and far darker realms was said to wear precariously thin. that ours were far from the first disappearances to plague that forest, a string of vanishings and grisly deaths stretching back decades, if not centuries. The more I learned, the more I began to suspect our ordeal had been part of a cycle of sacrifice and horror as old as the land itself. That the wraith-like entity orchestrating the hunt from its decaying cabin was a shred of some ancient primal evil, a malign intelligence woven into the very fabric of those shadow-haunted woods. Perhaps it fed on fear and suffering the way we feed on bread and water, needing periodic sacrifices to sate its unnatural hunger. Our intrusion into its domain had simply marked us as the most convenient prey, the easiest flesh to rend and bones to snap. These dark epiphanies brought me no peace, no closure. If anything, they only amplified the sense of cosmic helplessness, that we were but insignificant fleas caught in a web of eldritch forces beyond our comprehension. That the mundane world we clung to was a fragile illusion, a soap bubble begging to be popped by the claws lurking in the void. I might have lost myself entirely in that abyss of existential despair, were it not for a phone call from Ryan on a bleak November evening, 6 months after we had escaped the forest. His voice was tight with barely suppressed excitement as he urged me to come over to his place immediately. He had something to show me, something that couldn't wait. Intrigued despite myself, I made the drive across town to his small apartment. He greeted me at the door with bloodshot eyes and a manic energy I had never seen from him before. "I found it," he kept muttering as he led me to his kitchen table. "I finally found it." Spread across the scratched formica was a mess of ancient-looking books and maps, most of them marked with the distinctive where and must-have-used bookstores. But what immediately seized my attention was the sketch lying on top of the pile, a sketch of a symbol I had prayed to never see again. With a shaking finger, Ryan tapped the eldritch rune scrawled in faded ink. It was identical to the ones that had been etched in the hearth of that nightmarish cabin, the ones that had seemed to grant the wraith its power, the ones I had destroyed to banish it back into the abyss. Seeing it again sent a lance of ice down my spine. "I found it in this old book of regional folklore," Ryan explained, his words tumbling out in a caffeinated rush. "It's a warding sigil, a symbol used to bind and confine primal entities to certain places. The indigenous shamans would carve them to trap dark spirits they couldn't destroy outright." I leaned closer, studying the dense paragraphs of cramped text surrounding the sketch. "So those markings in the cabin, they were like a magical prison, keeping that thing locked in those woods?" Ryan nodded vigorously. "Exactly. But here's the important part." He stabbed a finger at a particular passage. "The wards have to be periodically renewed with blood sacrifice. The more powerful the entity, the more frequent the sacrifices need to be. If the rituals are abandoned..." He didn't need to finish the thought. A chill of understanding shivered through me. The wraith had said it had been gathering strength, waiting in that in-between place for its glorious hunt. What if our destruction of the wards hadn't just banished it, but freed it entirely, to carry its insatiable hunger for fear to other hunting grounds? Ryan must have read the dawning horror on my face. He looked at me with grim urgency in his eyes, a man who had stared into the same abyss of unthinkable possibilities. "If I'm interpreting this right," he said hoarsely, "then by breaking those sigils we didn't bind that thing. We released it. And without the shamans to repair the wards and renew the rituals, there's nothing to stop it from spreading." The words fell like tombstones, heavy with unspeakable implications. In our desperation to survive, had we unleashed something far worse on the world? Was our ordeal in the forest merely the prelude to a wider web of nightmares? "We have to do something," Ryan continued. "Try to find a way to contain it again, or warn people, or I don't know. But we can't just ignore this. We've seen what it's capable of." I couldn't hold back a bark of bleak laughter. "Warn them about what? A formless terror from beyond the veil of reality that hunts through fear itself? We'll sound like madmen. They'll lock us away." Tears of frustration welled in Ryan's bloodshot eyes. I know how it sounds, but I can't just sit here knowing what I know, seeing those symbols every time I close my eyes. We're responsible for this, even if we never meant to be. The desperate urgency in his voice resonated with the guilt gnawing at my own soul. As much as I wanted to deny it, I knew he was right. In this fallen world of horrors and wonders, we alone understood the nature of the threat unbound. The burden fell on us to try to find a way to contain it before it could sink its ethereal claws into more innocent lives. Okay, I said at last, a leaden resignation settling over me. We'll do what we can for Mike and Chris, if nothing else. But we need to be smart about it. Careful, we're flying blind here, and I'm not eager to become that thing's quarry again. And so began a quest as desperate as it was quixotic. Powered by grief, guilt, and grim resolve, Ryan and I spent countless sleepless nights huddled over arcane tomes and obscure websites, trying to unravel the keys to the rituals of binding. We tracked down every whisper of unnatural encounters and paranormal events, trying to map the Wraith's movements through the web of fear it spun. Were we hunting it, or was it simply luring us deeper into its labyrinth of shadows, drawing us into a new snare, a more expansive trap? I couldn't shake the skin-crawling intuition that every step we took was playing into some eldritch agenda we couldn't begin to fathom. But what other choice did we have? To bury our heads in the sand and wait for the malign ripples to spread, knowing the next pale faces on the missing posters could be our own doing. To wait for it to accrue enough power to fully manifest in our reality, to turn the whole world into its hunting ground. No. We had to try. For Mike and Chris. For the shamans who had given their blood and sanity to keep it bound. For all the future victims whose suffering might be laid at our feet if we did nothing. Maybe there was no containing such a primal force in the end. Maybe we were deluding ourselves to think two broken men could stand against the onslaught of an entity as old as fear. But if our time in those woods had taught us anything, it was that the only thing more unforgivable than standing against the abyss was surrendering to it. So we soldiered on, through the infested tunnels of the occult and the bleak pits of our own trauma. Clinging to each other and to our battered shreds of sanity, a pair of hunters seeking to turn the tables on the ultimate predator. But always, always, in the darkest pits of night, I couldn't escape the insidious fear that it was hunting us in turn. That our every effort to bind it was leading us deeper into its eternally patient snare. That in the end, all our desperate struggles would be little more than the last futile thrashings of the prey before the inexorable snap of shadowed jaws. But what else is left in this fallen world than to rage against the dying of the light? To spit our defiance into the void, even as it swallows us whole? We had stared into the abyss, and the abyss had stared back. And in that eldritch gaze, we had no choice but to see the hunt through to its bitter end, or to become the ones hunted for the rest of our days. In our desperate quest to contain the primal evil unleashed from the forest, Ryan and I soon learned that the true nature of the hunting ground had shifted drastically. The Wraith's ethereal influence was no longer confined to those shadow-haunted woods. Tendrils of its fear-fed power had begun to seep into the very fabric of civilization, an invisible miasma coiling unseen through city streets and suburban cul-de-sacs. We first caught wind of its spread through a string of bizarre and unsettling incidents cropping up in the news. A rash of missing persons cases, all of them vanishing without a trace after raving to loved ones about being stalked by unseen predators. Accounts of strange mists creeping through public parks, leaving behind the mutilated carcasses of animals. And sometimes the odd blood-stained scrap of human clothing. An entire downtown block whose residents descended into a shared psychosis overnight, barricading themselves inside while screaming about the horrors clawing at their walls. To the general public and the authorities, these were unconnected tragedies, freak occurrences, and sad footnotes in the police blotter. But to those of us who had survived a glimpse behind the curtain, who knew to look for the pattern amid the static of strange events, The grim implications were all too clear. The wraith was insinuating itself into the cracks in the facade of the mundane, exploiting the fear and isolation that lurked in every human heart. Where once it had to lure prey into its forest domain to feed, now it could stalk and harvest us in our own backyards, glutting itself on a conveyor belt of terror. And with every atrocity it orchestrated, every nightmare it wove into the collective unconscious, it was only growing stronger, its presence seeping ever deeper into the marrow of our world. How long until that spectral invasion reached a tipping point, until our reality was little more than an extension of its eternally hungry shadow? This was the chilling theory that consumed our waking thoughts and haunted our restless nights as Ryan and I hurled ourselves into the task of triangulating the wraith's movements and machinations through the web of human misery it spun. If we could just pinpoint the locus of its power, the nexus from which its malign influence radiated, perhaps we could find a way to blunt its advance, to excise its spore from our collective psyche before the infection reached the terminal stage. But it was a task easier named than done. After all, how does one track a being that seems to exist more as a poisonous thought form than a physical entity, a creature of mist and fear and nightmare logic? We couldn't exactly punch its lair coordinates into Google Maps and come up with a handy address to stage our desperate exorcism. Instead, we were forced to trawl through the darkest recesses of the paranormal underground, sifting through a morass of rumor, speculation, and apocryphal lore for any scrap of data that might light our way. We pored over musty tomes of forbidden knowledge in university archives, scrolled through endless occult forums and conspiracy theory message boards, even tracked down old stories and oral histories from the indigenous peoples whose ancestors had first learned to fear the forest's eldritch hunger. Piece by piece, through caffeine-fueled bouts of bleary research and manic dot connecting, a pattern began to cohere from the static. Certain locations cropped up again and again in the litany of strange events, coordinates that traced the edges of an emergent shape. Separately, they were just unfortunate places where the veil between worlds seemed to wear thin, a shuttered mental asylum where a string of patient suicides defied explanation, a deconsecrated church where shadows gathered with eerie intent, a bridge notorious for the number of people compelled to leap from its spans. But taken together, plotted out on a map with threads of red yarn, they formed the rough outline of a very familiar symbol, the warding sigil whose destruction had unleashed the wraith in the first place. It was as if those points were acting as anchors for the entity, allowing it to project itself along the ley lines of fear that connected them, to turn the entire region into an extension of its original hunting grounds. With dawning horror, I traced my finger along the lines of the phantom sigil, the edges of a magical trap snapping into focus. There was still one point unaccounted for, one anchor required to complete the pattern and fully manifest the wraith's power in our world. And in a flash of grim certainty, I knew exactly where that final locus would be. The one place where the borders between realities had first been sundered, where the cycle of sacrifice and nightmare had been interrupted. The one place where we had personally paved the way for its intrusion into our lives. That goddamn cabin, the nexus of our trauma, the site of our first encounter with the piercing abyss of its gaze. Of course, the trap would snap shut there, the beast claiming its hunting grounds in full. I turned to Ryan, nausea and adrenaline rising in equal measure at the revelation. His haunted eyes met mine with the same leaden understanding, the same fatalistic acceptance. We both knew there was only one way this could play out, only one path left to us. We had to go back, to return to the source of our sundered innocence and make our stand, for good or ill. It wasn't a question of whether we could win in a world suddenly reordered by the impossible. Against a primal darkness that broke minds and devoured souls, that had turned reality itself into its stalking grounds, we had no illusions of victory. We who had been hunted, and in our struggles to survive had only opened the door to the abyss, could never truly be the hunters. No, for us, it had only ever been a question of how we could make our defeat mean something, what we could salvage from the ruins of our former lives, what we could deny the wraith to the very last. If we could lure it back to that rotting cabin, distract it just long enough to restore the sigils and bind it once more. Perhaps we could spare others our fate, damn the widening gyre of its malice. We would be its sacrifice, the blood price required to seal the breach between worlds. A last futile act of defiance, to spit in its eye even as it consumed us. In a fallen world where meaning had bled out with the color, where the only truth left was the inexorable dread of the stalking shadow, maybe that was the best we broken hunters could hope for. So we made our preparations in grim silence, each of us reflecting on the little rituals and ablutions of a life we knew would soon be cut short. Phone calls to bewildered family members, telling them we loved them without the context that would make it a goodbye. Emails to old friends, making amends for petty rifts and remembering better days. Visiting the local animal shelter to give some faithful canines one last moment of human kindness and a belly rub for the road. And through it all, the journaling, the constant journaling. Pouring out our story onto every scrap of paper we could find, secreting it in hidden flash drives and remote servers, burying it deep in the archives of the occult underground. Because if we couldn't make it out with our lives, then maybe we could with our warning, our hard-won scraps of impossible truth. Maybe someday, someone would stumble across our testaments and piece together the clues we had left behind. Would see through the cracks in the world to the deeper darkness lurking beneath, and find a way to renew the rituals, to take up the vigil we had been forced to abandon. It was a slim hope, a desperate lifeline cast into an uncertain future, but it was all we had left to cling to. And so, with our affairs settled and our resolve hardened to a nihilistic edge, we gathered our warding supplies and our weapons, our canned food and our candles, and set off one last time for the forest that had claimed us, the place where our lives had first become a waking nightmare. Back to that hungry hollow, that gaping maw in the skin of the world, to make our last stand in the physical epicenter of its power. Back to that decaying cabin squatting like an obscene altar amid the creeping murk. Back to the belly of the beast. To meet our stalker, our destroyer, our dark twin. To become the sacrifice required to bind it, or to die spitting our last defiance into the void that gaped beneath its gaze. Back to the primal hunting ground. One last hunt to end all hunts. Where the only uncertainty that remained was which of us would be the hunters, and which the hunted. But then, in a world gone mad, in a reality reordered by tooth and claw and the stalking shadow, did that distinction even matter anymore? All that was left was the chase, the pounding heart, the blood-copper taste of terror. All that was left was the hunt. Our return to the forest where it had all begun was an exercise in grim déjà vu, a macabre reprisal of a journey we had taken in innocence and exited in nightmare. The same winding roads, the same weedy pull-off, the same overgrown trailhead that seemed to breathe with ominous intent. But if the physical geography was familiar, the psychic terrain we navigated was another matter entirely. Gone was the nervous camaraderie, the naive excitement of friends embarking on an adventure. In its place was a grim, haunted silence, the palpable dread of two men walking knowingly to their own execution. The weight of our knowledge, of the impossible truths we had gleaned, hung over us like a shroud. We weren't just venturing into a manifestation of primal evil. We were returning to the epicenter of a trauma that had shattered our understanding of the world, that had imprinted itself on our psyches like a brand. Every step we took was an act of will, a denial of the instinct to flee and never look back. As we hiked deeper into the gloom of the forest, the signs of the Wraith's growing power soon became apparent. Scorch marks and eldritch sigils marred the bark of the trees, pulsing with that nauseating purple light. Shadows gathered with new intensity, their edges shimmering and reforming in ways that defied natural geometry. And always, always, that sense of being watched, of being marked by a predator's gaze, a pressure that grew into a physical ache behind the eyes. We moved through that aura of menace like divers descending into the crushing black of an oceanic trench, every fiber of our being screaming at us to turn back. But grimly, stubbornly, we pressed onwards to our goal. That dilapidated cabin crouching in a hollow like a ravenous beast, its rotting maw agape. Our plan, if it could be called that, was a study in desperation. We would use our own fear, our own trauma, as bait for the wraith, a beacon of psychic anguish to draw it to us. Once it took that bait, once it manifested in a form we could grapple with, we would distract it just long enough to reconstruct the warding sigils on the cabin's hearth. Seal it back in its decaying prison through the spilling of our own blood, the severing of the connection forged by its claws. A plan that demanded our suffering, that traded on our brokenness. A plan that required us to run headlong into the primal terror we had spent the last year running from. But then, that had always been the devil's bargain, hadn't it? To use the Wraith's own weapons against it, to embrace the monstrousness it had awoken within us. We had no illusions of noble sacrifice, of a storybook ending. We who had set it free through our own heedless destruction could never play the spotless heroes. No, we were doing this for purely selfish reasons. To silence the screaming in our own minds, to cauterize the claw wounds on our souls, to have some agency in an end we knew was inescapable. And if, by some unlikely grace, we managed to bind the thing again, to spare others our fate, so be it. But that was secondary to the true goal, unspoken, but bone certain. To face the beast on our own terms, to meet its annihilating gaze with one last defiant howl. To be the sacrifice instead of the sacrificed. With those thoughts, at once grandiose and unbearably bleak, we approached the black mouth of the cabin. The air around it shimmered like a heat haze. The veil between worlds stretched to a moaning thinness. I could feel the Wraith's presence like a physical pressure, a smothering psychic weight bearing down on us. It knew we were here. It had been waiting. No turning back now, Ryan said, his voice a dry rasp. He clutched the ritual knife in a white-knuckled grip, his other hand shaking around the can of spray paint we would use to reconstruct the sigils. Into the belly of the beast. I nodded grimly, my own fear a live current under my skin. Let's finish this, one way or another. Together, moving as one, we stepped across the threshold and into the Stygian depths of the cabin. Into the nightmare that had been waiting, patient zero of an infection that had contaminated the world. Into the gaping maw of a reality reordered by shadows. What happened in that lightless lair is a fever dream, a delirium of impressions more than a coherent narrative. Flashlight beams scything through a cloying murk. The skitter of claws on rotting wood. A stench like carrion and despair. The cabin writhing around us, unfolding like some obscene origami, as if we had stepped into the flexing organs of a vast and ancient beast. And there, in the charred ruin of the hearth, a swirling vortex of absolute darkness. A hole in the world that pulsed like an infected wound. The Wraith uncoiling itself from that lightless pit, a shape of empty shadow and malevolent flame, of antlers and embers and teeth. Every nightmare made manifest, every childhood terror given form and awful purpose. We screamed then, the full-throated howls of the damned, our voices twining with the Wraith's triumphant roar, a dissonant choir of agony and ecstasy. We charged, weapons raised, hurling our bodies and our sanity against the unassailable dark. To say we fought would be too grandiose. There was no heroic battle, no skillful dance of thrust and riposte. Only flailing, shrieking desperation. Only the spastic death throes of prey cornered by a vastly superior predator. The Wraith toyed with us, batted us aside with contemptuous ease, its laughter a serrated blade across the mind. We were insects before a hurricane, sparrows before a wolf. Yet somehow, through luck or fate or sheer stubborn grit, we managed to hold its attention just long enough. Long enough for Ryan, broken and bleeding, to crawl to the hearth and begin spraying wavering sigils through his tears. Long enough for me to slice open my own palm and smear my blood on those eldritch marks in unholy communion. The Wraith, realizing our intent, howled in fury. A force like a sledgehammer slammed into my chest, flinging me across the room to crumple against the wall. Through the gray haze of agony, I watched Ryan work, teeth gritted, hands shaking as he connected the lines of our salvation and our damnation. He was chanting now, ancient words torn from a blackened throat. The warding runes began to glow, fitfully at first, then with a steadier pulse. The Wraith screeched and thrashed, its form distorting, fraying at the edges. Shadows lashed the walls, clawing for escape, finding only the unyielding geometry of the sigils. The energies they channeled lanced through the cabin, a building pressure, a trap snapping inexorably shut. In that eternal, splintered moment, my eyes met the wraiths across the maelstrom. Sentient darkness and flickering flame, pitiless depths that pulled at the soul. A gaze that knew me, that saw all the fault lines and hollow places in my being, every secret flinch and festering guilt. It was my annihilation, my apotheosis, the event horizon of my sanity. I saw, in that timeless moment, the truth of our symbiosis, our awful communion, that without our fear, it would starve, that its existence depended on our belief, our imagination, that in the end, the only thing that could nourish a god of terror was our own terror. And in that understanding was a strange, bitter species of peace. For if we, in our brokenness, were the authors of its power, we could also be the agents of its binding. We were writing the terms of our own salvation, authoring our own deliverance through this ritual of confrontation and catharsis. We couldn't unsee the abyss, unknow the truth of the stalking shadow. But in the crucible of this moment, we could transform our trauma, our damage, into the bars of a cage. We could make our nightmare the warden of our sanity, the jailer of our monster. That was the secret, the hidden key. To embrace our fear, to own it, to forge it into a chain for the beast. To make our minds a prison it could never escape, because we would never escape it. To bind it in the only cell strong enough to hold a god, the dungeon of our shattered psyches. And so, in that infinite, fractured instant, I poured everything into the connection, the current of battle and nightmare. Every memory of that first hellish night, every hour spent jumping at shadows, every relationship's destroyed by my brittle paranoia. All the ways the Wraith had made me, unmade me, reshaped me. It howled as I fed our bond, glowed with the heat of our history. I was venom and salvation, victory and defeat, the shackle and the shackled. The Wraith's annihilation and its apotheosis, dream and dreamer, monster and mirror. The warding sigils blazed with cold fire, a glacial light. The air shimmered, convulsed with unleashed potential. And then, with a sound like reality tearing, the Wraith folded in on itself, was pulled shrieking into the vortex of its prison. The cabin shuddered, groaned like a sinking ship, and then fell still. A silence, as deep and still as an open grave, as profound as the space between stars. And Ryan and I, still living, still breathing, knelt in the dust and the ruin, weeping, laughing, howling to the uncaring dark, the bladder-voiding rush of still being alive overwhelming all else. We had done it, won and lost, saved and damned ourselves, written the final chapter of our story in blood and fire and madness. We crawled out of that black pit on our hands and knees, left it to the forest and the forces we had bound within it, dragged ourselves back to a world we no longer recognized, a reality forever fractured by the cracks of our knowing. In the days and years to come, we would pick up the pieces, stitch them together into a quilt of scar tissue and gallows humor. We would tell our story in fits and fragments, in carefully anonymized screeds on occult message boards and whispered confessions in shadowed bars. We would learn to live with the knotted thing behind our hearts, to use it as a hidden compass. We would be the watchers on the wall, the guardians of thresholds and tellers of bleak truths. We would forever ring the edges of the abyss, marked by it, part of it, wardens of the unquiet dark. The wraith was not dead, not gone, only dreaming in the cage of our minds, the prison of our devotion. We could feel it there, coiled and waiting, a slumbering viper in the deep places of our souls. One day, we knew, the sigils would fade, the bars would bend, the beast would wake. But until then, we would hold the line. Stand our watch on the borderlands of a world that would never know how close it had come to the final nightfall. We would laugh and drink and love, tell our tales to any who would listen, the secret keepers, the shepherds of the black. And when the stars were right, when the abyss yawned wide, we would be there to meet it. Broken and damned, bound by blood and darkness. Hunters and hunted, saviors and sacrifices. We had written our own legend, etched it in nightmares and scar tissue. We had discovered the truth of the stalking shadow, the price and power of the primal dark. We had become, gods help us, the keepers of the hunger that waits. The drive from Los Angeles to Lake Tahoe had taken nearly 9 hours with traffic. My hands ached from gripping the steering wheel, and my lower back throbbed with each movement. I'd never ventured this far north in California before, always content with the familiar sprawl of Southern California's endless suburbs and beaches. But something about turning 32 had sparked a desire to explore, to see what lay beyond the concrete jungle I'd called home my entire life. The cabin sat nestled among towering pines, their branches creating a canopy so thick that dusk seemed to arrive hours early. I pulled my aging Honda into the gravel driveway at 5:47 p.m. according to my phone. I remember the exact time because that's when I lost cell service. The property manager, a woman named Patricia, had left the key under a ceramic frog by the front door as promised. Inside, the cabin smelled of pine sol and something else. Something organic and earthy that I couldn't quite identify. The main floor consisted of an open living area with a stone fireplace, a small kitchen, and a bathroom. A narrow staircase led to a loft bedroom. Every floorboard groaned under my weight, announcing my presence to the empty space. After hauling my bags inside, exhaustion hit me like a physical force. The loft bed looked inviting, despite the musty smell of the quilted bedspread. I collapsed onto it fully clothed, not even bothering to remove my shoes. The silence struck me immediately. No car horns, no helicopters overhead, no neighbors arguing through thin walls. Just an oppressive quiet broken only by the settling of old wood. I dozed fitfully until approximately 9 p.m. when a rhythmic sound pulled me from sleep. Tap, 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 deliberate and measured, like someone drumming their fingers against glass. My eyes snapped open, pupils struggling to adjust to the darkness. The tapping continued, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I lay rigid, straining to pinpoint its source. The back door, I finally decided. Someone was tapping on the glass panel of the back door. Probably just a branch, I told myself, though I'd noticed earlier that no trees grew close enough to the cabin to touch it. The tapping ceased after several minutes, replaced by that crushing silence again. I pulled the quilt over my head and forced myself back to sleep. The second day passed without incident. I spent the morning exploring the property's perimeter, finding an old shed with a broken padlock and a trail that disappeared into the forest. Inside the shed, I discovered gardening tools coated in rust and something dark that might have been old oil or blood. I didn't investigate closely enough to determine which. I drove into town for supplies, grateful to have cell service again. The local grocery store clerk, a teenager with severe acne scarring, barely looked at me as he rang up my items. When I mentioned I was staying at the Northwood cabin, his hands paused mid-scan. "That place still standing?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Yes, why wouldn't it be?" He shrugged, resumed scanning. "No reason. Just been empty a long time." That night I built a fire and cooked dinner on the ancient electric stove. I found myself checking the locks repeatedly. Front door, Back door, windows, everything secure. I settled onto the couch with a book, trying to ignore how the shadows cast by the firelight seemed to move independently of the flames. Sleep came easier that night. No tapping, no disturbances, just the occasional pop from the dying embers in the fireplace. I woke at 4:23 a.m. to the sound of the attic ladder, a pull-down contraption I'd noticed earlier, creaking as it extended. The ladder was positioned directly behind the couch where I'd fallen asleep, too lazy to climb to the loft. My body went rigid, every muscle locked in place. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps on the ladder rungs. 1, 2, 3. Then silence. The air in the room changed, became heavier somehow. I could feel a presence looming behind the couch, could sense eyes boring into the back of my skull. My chest barely moved as I tried to control my breathing, feigning sleep while every nerve screamed in alarm. The couch dipped slightly as weight settled onto it. Not beside me. Over me. I felt hands plant themselves on either side of my body, felt hot breath against the side of my face. The smell hit me then. Decay mixed with something chemical, like formaldehyde. A drop of something warm and wet landed on my cheek. Time stretched impossibly. Seconds felt like hours as this thing hovered inches from my face. I kept my eyes fixed straight ahead, terrified that any movement would trigger... What? I didn't want to find out. Finally, after an eternity, the weight shifted. The presence crawled backward off the couch with deliberate slowness. Footsteps padded across the floor. The back door opened with a soft click, then closed again. I remained frozen for another hour, maybe 2, before finally daring to sit up. My cheek was sticky where that drop had landed. In the dim pre-dawn light, I could see it was dark, almost black. I stumbled to the bathroom and scrubbed my face raw, watching the dark substance swirl down the drain. When my friends arrived later that morning for our planned weekend getaway, Marcus, Jennifer, and Yasmin, I told them about the encounter. They exchanged glances, clearly thinking I'd had a nightmare. Marcus even laughed, suggesting I'd been drinking too much. "The place is creepy," Jennifer admitted. "But come on. Someone crawling over you? That's horror movie stuff." I didn't argue. What was the point? But I knew what I'd experienced was real. The stain on the couch cushion proved it. A dark outline where something had dripped. That afternoon, we spent hours at the lake. The normalcy of it, swimming, laughing, complaining about sunburn, almost made me forget the previous night's terror. Almost. But as the sun began its descent, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple, that familiar dread crept back. The property caretakers, an elderly couple who lived in a trailer near the main road, stopped by to check on us. They mentioned a river about 15 minutes into the woods, accessible by a marked trail. My friends, exhausted from the day's activities, opted to rest. But I felt restless, needed to move, needed to not think about what had happened in the early morning hours. I grabbed bug spray, a small backpack with water and snacks, and my phone, useless without signal, but its flashlight might come in handy. The trail began just past the shed, marked by a wooden sign so weathered the letters were barely visible. The path was narrow but clear, winding between massive pines and patches of tall grass that reached my waist. Every step took me deeper into a green tunnel, the canopy so thick overhead that the approaching dusk became near darkness. After exactly 15 minutes of walking, I heard the river before I saw it. A gentle rushing that seemed too loud in the otherwise silent forest. The trail opened onto a small clearing with 2 picnic tables, their wood gray and splintered with age. The river itself was wider than expected, maybe 30 feet across, its water dark and moving faster than the sound suggested. I set my backpack on one of the tables and approached the water's edge. That's when I noticed the grass. On my walk here, it had stood tall and undisturbed on either side of the trail. But now, looking back, I could see massive swaths of it pressed flat, as if something enormous had dragged itself through. The pattern was wrong for any animal I knew. Too wide, too deliberate, creating a path that paralleled the trail I'd taken. My skin prickled. I backed away from the river, grabbed my bag, and started back toward the cabin. But the trail had changed. What had been a clear path was now obscured by fallen branches and disturbed earth. The flattened grass formed a maze of trails leading in different directions, each one as wide as a car. I chose what I thought was the original path and walked quickly, fighting the urge to run. The forest had gone completely silent. No birds, no insects, not even wind in the trees. Just my footsteps and increasingly labored breathing. Then I heard it. A sound that made my stomach drop and my legs weak. Part scream, part gurgle, as if someone was trying to shriek while drowning. It came from behind me, from the direction of the river, but seemed to echo from all sides. I ran. Branches tore at my clothes and face as I crashed through the underbrush. The path was gone, or I'd lost it in my panic. All I could do was run in what I hoped was the direction of the cabin. Behind me I could hear pursuit, not footsteps exactly, but a wet sliding sound punctuated by the cracking of branches. Another scream, closer this time. The sound reverberated through my chest, so loud it seemed impossible for lungs to produce it. I stumbled over a root, caught myself, kept running. My legs burned, my lungs felt ready to burst, but adrenaline kept me moving. The thing behind me was playing with me. When I slowed, it slowed. When I stopped to catch my breath, the sounds of pursuit ceased. But always, I could feel it there. Watching, waiting, enjoying my terror. After what felt like hours but was probably 10 minutes, I saw the bridge, a small wooden structure I'd crossed on my way to the river. Relief flooded through me. I knew where I was. The cabin was just minutes away. I sprinted across the bridge and up the trail. The cabin's lights glowed like a beacon through the trees. But instead of rushing inside to safety, I stopped on the porch. Something made me turn back to face the forest, to confront whatever had chased me. The tree line stood dark and impenetrable. Nothing moved. No sound disturbed the evening air. But I knew it was there, just beyond the reach of the porch light. Watching. Waiting. Tears streamed down my face as I stood there, unable to move, unable to look away. I typed everything into my phone's notes app with shaking fingers, needing to document it, needing proof that I wasn't losing my mind. I finally went inside after an hour on the porch. My friends were watching TV, oblivious to my distress until they saw my face. "What happened?" Yasmin asked, pausing the movie. I told them everything. The chase, the sounds, the feeling of being hunted. Marcus grabbed a flashlight and went to the window, shining it into the darkness. "There's nothing out there," he said, but his voice lacked conviction. We huddled together in the living room that night, no one willing to sleep alone. Jennifer suggested burning sage, something about cleansing negative energy. It seemed ridiculous, but we were desperate for any comfort. Around 4 a.m., why was it always 4 a.m.? We heard the tapping again. But this time it wasn't just on one window. It moved around the cabin, back door, side window, front window, as if something was circling us. Marcus grabbed his phone and started recording. The tapping had a pattern. 3 taps, pause. 3 taps, pause. Then it would move to the next window. We sat frozen in the living room, afraid to investigate, afraid to move. After 10 minutes that felt like hours, the tapping stopped. But the silence that followed was worse somehow, expectant, like the calm before a storm. Then the shed. Massive banging sounds erupted from the old shed out back. Not knocking, beating. Like someone taking a sledgehammer to the walls. The entire cabin seemed to shake with each impact. Jennifer whimpered. Yasmin gripped my hand so tight her nails drew blood. Marcus kept his phone pointed at the window, still recording, his face pale in the screen's glow. The banging stopped as suddenly as it began. We waited until dawn before venturing outside. The shed's door hung off its hinges. Deep gouges scarred the walls from the inside, as if something had clawed its way out. But the shed had been empty, except for those rusty tools. We'd all seen it. We decided to leave immediately. As we packed frantically, I noticed Marcus studying his phone with a disturbed expression. "Look at this," he said, showing me the video from the night before. At first, it just showed the dark window with our reflections. But then, in the background, barely visible, a face. Human but wrong. The features were distorted, stretched, like someone had grabbed the skin and pulled. And the eyes. The eyes were solid black, reflecting nothing. "That's not possible," Jennifer whispered, looking over our shoulders. But there it was, in frame after frame, getting closer to the window with each appearance. In the final frames, it filled the entire window, that grotesque face pressed against the glass, mouth open in what might have been a smile or a scream. We threw our bags in our cars without bothering to clean or lock up. As we drove away, I looked back one last time. A figure stood on the porch, tall, impossibly thin, wearing what looked like old clothing. It raised one hand in a mock wave. "Drive faster," Yasmin urged from the back seat. She'd seen it too. I'm writing this from my apartment in Los Angeles 3 weeks later. We made it home safely, though none of us spoke during the entire 8-hour drive. We've tried to return to normal life, but something fundamental has changed. Marcus discovered, through obsessive online research, that the Northwood cabin had a history. 3 families had lived there over the decades. All had left suddenly, refusing to explain why. The last occupants in 2016 had simply vanished. Their belongings were found neatly packed, their car in the driveway, but they were never seen again. Jennifer found old newspaper archives, stories dating back to the 1970s about hikers disappearing in those woods, about strange sounds that drove people from their homes, about things seen moving between the trees that shouldn't exist. But the worst discovery was mine. Going through my photos from the trip, I found images I didn't remember taking. Pictures of me sleeping on that couch. Pictures taken from inside the cabin while I was at the river. Pictures of all of us through the windows, unaware we were being watched. In the last photo, dated the morning we left, 4 figures stand in front of our cars. We're all accounted for: Marcus, Jennifer, Yasmin, and me. But there's a 5th figure standing behind us, tall and thin and wrong, its hand resting on my shoulder. We were never alone in that cabin, and sometimes, late at night in my locked apartment, when I hear an unexpected sound or catch movement in my peripheral vision, I wonder if we ever truly left it behind. The tapping started on my bedroom window last night. I'm looking for a new apartment tomorrow. I first heard about Roberto Yazzi's ordeal from a classmate at Northern Arizona University who pulled me aside after our anthropology seminar. "You need to talk to this guy," she insisted, her voice dropping to a whisper. He experienced something absolutely terrifying one night on the reservation. Something that still haunts him. The way she described it made my skin crawl. Roberto had been reluctant to share his story with anyone, but word had gotten around campus about his night terrors and the way he'd jump at unexpected sounds. When I finally approached him, he agreed to meet at a small diner off Route 40, away from the usual student crowds. Roberto was 22 now, but he told me this happened when he was 12 years old back in 2015. He'd been traveling with his father, Vincent, returning from a family funeral in Chinle. They'd chosen to take the back roads rather than the main highway, a decision that would haunt them both forever. "My dad knew those roads like the back of his hand," Roberto said, stirring his untouched coffee nervously. He'd driven them for 30 years, delivering supplies to remote communities. But that night, he paused, his hands trembling slightly. That night, something was different. The desert stretched endlessly on both sides of the narrow asphalt road, No streetlights, no houses, just the pale glow of their headlights cutting through the overwhelming darkness. Roberto remembered feeling drowsy in the passenger seat, lulled by the steady hum of the engine and the gentle sway of the old pickup truck. Then his father's demeanor changed completely. Vincent's grip on the steering wheel tightened until his knuckles turned white. Roberto noticed his father's eyes darting between the road ahead and the rearview mirror, a nervous tick in his jaw becoming more pronounced with each passing mile. "Dad?" Roberto had asked, sensing the shift in atmosphere. "Is everything okay?" Vincent didn't respond immediately. Instead, he pressed harder on the accelerator, and the speedometer needle crept past 60, then 70 miles per hour. On these winding reservation roads, that was dangerously fast. "Don't look behind us," Vincent finally whispered, his voice barely audible over the engine noise. "Whatever you do, don't turn around." Those words sent ice through Roberto's veins. His father had always been the calm one in the family, the man who fixed problems and protected everyone. To hear fear in his voice was more terrifying than any ghost story Roberto had ever heard. "What's back there?" Roberto pressed, fighting every instinct to crane his neck and look through the rear window. "I don't know," Vincent admitted, and that uncertainty made everything worse. "But it's been following us for the last 10 miles, staying just outside our taillights, matching our speed perfectly." Roberto's imagination began to run wild. Was it another vehicle? Someone with malicious intent? The reservation had its share of dangerous individuals, drug runners, people driven to desperation by poverty and addiction. Stories circulated about travelers being robbed, cars being stolen, worse things happening to those unlucky enough to break down in the wrong place at the wrong time. The truck's engine strained as Vincent pushed it harder. The familiar rumble became a high-pitched whine, and Roberto could feel the vehicle shuddering beneath them. They were driving faster than this old Ford had ever been designed to go. Despite his father's warning, Roberto couldn't resist the overwhelming urge to look. His curiosity battled with his fear, and curiosity won. He adjusted the passenger side mirror, angling it to see behind them. What he saw made his stomach lurch. A figure was running alongside their truck, keeping pace effortlessly even as they approached 80 miles per hour. It wasn't a vehicle at all. It was a person. Or something that had once been a person. The figure moved with an unnatural gait, its limbs seeming to bend in ways that defied human anatomy. Even more disturbing was its attire, tattered clothing that flapped wildly in the wind, torn jeans hanging in strips, and what looked like the remnants of a flannel shirt. The fabric was dark with stains that Roberto didn't want to identify. "Oh, God," he breathed, his voice cracking. Vincent glanced over and saw the terror in his son's eyes. "You looked, didn't you?" he said grimly. "I told you not to look." The figure's head turned toward their truck, and Roberto caught a glimpse of a face that would haunt his nightmares for years to come. It was gaunt and hollow-cheeked, with stringy hair hanging in matted clumps. The eyes reflected their headlights like an animal's, glowing with an intensity that seemed almost predatory. But it was the smile that truly terrified Roberto. A wide, gap-toothed grin that stretched too far across the figure's face, as if the person was experiencing some twisted form of joy from this midnight chase. "What is that thing?" Roberto whispered, unable to look away despite every rational thought screaming at him to turn forward. "I don't know," Vincent repeated, his voice tight with fear. "But we're not stopping to find out." The figure began to close the distance between itself and the truck. What had started as a parallel pursuit became something far more aggressive. Roberto watched in horror as the person, for lack of a better word, began to angle toward their vehicle. Vincent swerved sharply to the left, the truck's tires screaming against the asphalt. The sudden movement threw Roberto against the passenger door, his shoulders slamming into the window with enough force to leave a bruise. "It's trying to get in front of us," Vincent shouted over the roar of the engine. "Hold on." The figure leaped forward with impossible speed, landing directly in their path. Vincent had a split second to react. He jerked the wheel hard to the right, sending them careening toward the shoulder of the road. The truck hit loose gravel and sand, fishtailing wildly as Vincent fought to maintain control. Roberto gripped his seatbelt with both hands, his knuckles white with strain. The world outside became a blur of scrub brush and scattered rocks. He could hear the undercarriage of the truck scraping against something, probably a boulder or a piece of old concrete. In the chaos, Roberto lost sight of the figure. For a moment, he dared to hope they had escaped, that whatever sick individual had been pursuing them had been left behind in the dust cloud their vehicle had kicked up. Then he heard the sound. A rhythmic thumping coming from above them, as if someone was running across the roof of the truck. Each footstep sent vibrations through the cab, and Roberto could see the ceiling liner sagging slightly with each impact. "It's on top of us!" he screamed, his voice breaking with panic. Vincent's face had gone pale, beads of sweat visible on his forehead, despite the cool night air flowing through the vents. He began swerving erratically, trying to throw off whatever had climbed onto their vehicle. The thumping grew more intense, and suddenly Roberto heard scratching sounds, long, deliberate scrapes across the metal roof, as if fingernails were being dragged across the surface. The noise was like fingernails on a chalkboard, making him clench his teeth and cover his ears. Vincent rolled down his window and stuck his head out, trying to see what was happening above them. The wind whipped his hair wildly, and he had to squint against the debris kicked up by their tires. "Get off my truck!" he shouted into the night, his voice carrying a desperate edge that Roberto had never heard before. The scratching stopped. For a few seconds, the only sounds were the engine's labored breathing and the whistle of wind through the open window. Roberto began to hope again that their pursuer had fallen off or given up. Then a face appeared in the windshield, hanging upside down from the roof. It was the same gaunt visage Roberto had seen in the mirror, but now it was close enough to see every horrifying detail. Deep-set eyes that seemed to bore into his soul, cracked lips pulled back in that unsettling grin, and skin that looked like it hadn't seen sunlight in months. The face pressed against the glass, leaving smears of what Roberto prayed was just dirt. The figure began pounding on the windshield with both fists, each impact sending spiderweb cracks across the surface. Vincent slammed on the brakes. The sudden deceleration threw the figure forward, and Roberto watched as it tumbled off the hood and rolled into the road ahead of them. For a moment, it lay motionless in their headlight beams, and Roberto thought maybe the fall had knocked it unconscious. "Is it dead?" he whispered. Before Vincent could answer, the figure sprang to its feet with unnatural agility and began running toward them again, this time with obvious fury in its movements. Vincent threw the truck into reverse, tires squealing as they shot backward down the empty road. Roberto watched through the rear window as the figure gave chase, its tattered clothing streaming behind it like dark flags. "We can't outrun it forever," Vincent said, his voice grim with determination. "The engine's overheating and we're almost out of gas." Roberto looked at the dashboard and saw that his father was right. The temperature gauge was deep in the red zone, and the fuel needle hovered just above empty. They had maybe 10 minutes before the truck would break down completely, leaving them stranded in the middle of nowhere with that thing still pursuing them. "What are we going to do?" Roberto asked, his voice small and frightened. Vincent reached under his seat and pulled out a tire iron. The metal bar felt solid and reassuring in his hands, though Roberto wondered if it would be enough to stop whatever was chasing them. "We're going to face this head-on," Vincent said firmly. "I won't let anything happen to you, son. I promise." He pulled over to the side of the road and turned off the engine. The sudden silence was deafening after hours of running at high speed. Roberto could hear his own heartbeat thundering in his ears and the distant sound of footsteps approaching through the darkness. Vincent got out of the truck slowly, the tire iron held ready at his side. Roberto wanted to follow, to stand beside his father, but his legs felt like they were made of lead. "Stay in the truck," Vincent commanded without looking back. "Lock the doors and don't come out no matter what happens." The figure emerged from the darkness beyond their headlights, moving with that same unnatural gait Roberto had observed before. Up close, he could see that this was definitely a human being, though one that had clearly suffered some kind of severe trauma or mental breakdown. The person's clothes were filthy and torn, hanging in tatters that suggested they had been living rough for a long time. Their hair was matted with dirt and what looked like dried blood. Most disturbing of all were the person's eyes, wild and unfocused, like those of a rabid animal. "Please," Vincent called out, his voice carrying across the desert air. "We don't want any trouble. We're just trying to get home." The figure stopped about 20 feet away, tilting its head as if considering Vincent's words. When it spoke, its voice was a harsh rasp that barely sounded human. "Home," it repeated, the word seeming to cause it physical pain. "Home is gone. Family is gone. Everything is gone." Roberto could see his father's posture relax slightly as he realized they were dealing with a deeply troubled human being rather than something supernatural. This was someone who had suffered tremendous loss and had been broken by it. "What happened to you?" Vincent asked gently, lowering the tire iron, but not dropping it completely. "Fire," the person whispered, and Roberto could hear the anguish in that single word. "The fire took everything. My wife, my children, my house. I tried to save them, but I was too late. Too late. Too late. Too late." The figure began to rock back and forth, repeating those last words like a mantra. Roberto felt a wave of unexpected sympathy for this person who had clearly been through something unimaginable. "I've been walking for months," the person continued, their voice growing stronger. "Looking for them, hoping they survived somehow. But they're gone, aren't they? They're all gone." Vincent took a careful step forward. "I'm sorry for your loss," he said sincerely. "But following people at night, chasing vehicles, that's not the way to find help. You're scaring people, and you could get yourself killed." The figure's head snapped up, and Roberto saw lucidity return to their eyes for the first time. "Scared?" they said, and suddenly that unnerving grin was back. "Good. Everyone should be scared. The world is full of terrible things that can take everything from you in an instant. Fear keeps you alert. Fear keeps you alive." The momentary sympathy Roberto had felt evaporated, replaced by a renewed sense of dread. What happened next would be burned into Roberto's memory forever. The figure let out a sound that was part laugh, part scream, and began charging toward Vincent with renewed fury. This wasn't the calculated pursuit they had experienced on the road. This was pure, unbridled rage. Vincent raised the tire iron and braced himself for impact. The two figures collided with a sickening thud, and Roberto watched in horror as they grappled in the glare of the headlights. His father was a strong man, hardened by years of physical labor, but their attacker seemed to possess strength born of madness and desperation. They rolled on the ground, each struggling for advantage. Roberto could hear his father grunting with effort and the other person making those inhuman sounds of rage. The tire iron flew out of Vincent's grasp and clattered across the asphalt, coming to rest just out of reach. Unable to stand by any longer, Roberto threw open the truck door and ran toward the struggle. He grabbed the tire iron and raised it above his head, but hesitated. In the tangle of limbs and bodies, he couldn't tell which figure was which. "Dad!" he screamed. "Dad, where are you?" Vincent managed to break free and roll away from his attacker. "Get back in the truck!" he shouted, blood streaming from scratches on his face and arms. But the moment of separation had given Roberto a clear target. Without thinking, he brought the tire iron down hard on their attacker's shoulder. The person let out a howl of pain and fury, spinning toward Roberto with murder in their eyes. Vincent tackled the figure from behind, wrapping his arms around their throat in a chokehold. "Run!" he yelled to Roberto. "Start the truck!" Roberto didn't need to be told twice. He sprinted back to the vehicle and turned the key. The engine turned over sluggishly, coughed, and died. He tried again, his hands shaking so badly he could barely grip the key. On the third try, the engine caught. Roberto threw it into drive and pulled up beside the still struggling figures. Vincent managed to break free once more and dove through the passenger door just as Roberto hit the accelerator. They drove in silence for the next 20 minutes, both too shaken to speak. The sun was beginning to rise on the eastern horizon, painting the desert in shades of gold and orange. Normal colors for a normal world, though nothing would ever feel quite normal again. When they finally reached the main highway, Vincent turned to look at his son. "We don't talk about this to anyone," he said quietly. "Not your mother, not your friends, not the police. Some stories are too dangerous to tell." Roberto nodded, understanding instinctively that his father was right. But as the years passed and the nightmares continued, he began to realize that some stories are too dangerous not to tell. Some experiences demand to be shared, if only to prove to yourself that they really happened. That's why, 7 years later, he was sitting across from me in that diner, finally ready to let someone else carry part of the burden of that terrible night when they encountered a human being who had been stripped of everything that makes us human, leaving behind only pain and rage and an insatiable hunger for company in their suffering. The most horrifying monsters, Roberto told me as we parted ways that evening, are the ones that used to be just like us. My name is Ethan, and I'm 28 years old. I live in a small apartment in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, where I work as an accountant. Numbers have always made sense to me in a way that people haven't. I like the order and logic of spreadsheets and financial statements, but outside of work, I nurture my passion for the great outdoors. Every chance I get, I load up my beat-up old Subaru with camping gear and head out into the wilderness to unplug from the modern world and immerse myself in nature. This past year has been rough. I went through a bad breakup and have struggled to get my social life back on track. To make matters worse, I made some poor investment decisions and am now drowning in credit card debt, barely making ends meet each month. I've been feeling lost, anxious, and in need of a reset. So when my old college buddies Ryan and Alex suggested a guy's trip to the remote forests of the Upper Peninsula in Michigan, I jumped at the chance. We hadn't seen each other in years, but we shared many fond memories of camping and hiking trips during our university days. Reuniting for an off-grid adventure sounded like the perfect escape from my troubles. After a long day's drive north, we arrived at a small rustic campground on the shores of Lake Superior that would serve as our base camp. As we set up our tents, the towering evergreens swayed ominously in the wind, and waves crashed against the rocky beach. An eerie mist hung low on the water. I tried to shake an uneasy feeling as I reminded myself that this trip was supposed to help me relax, not wind me up tighter. That first evening, we cooked hot dogs over the campfire and caught up on life, reminiscing about the old days and discussing where our paths had taken us since. Ryan was now married with a young daughter and worked as an engineer in Wisconsin. Alex taught high school science in North Carolina and spent his summers leading youth backpacking expeditions. As the night grew late and the fire died down to glowing embers, our conversation turned to the strange and unexplained. Ryan shared a chilling story he had heard about these woods. Apparently, the Ottawa people who originally inhabited this land told of strange creatures that roamed the forest, shadowy humanoid figures with eyes that glowed in the darkness. Alleged sightings over the years described them as tall and emaciated, with long limbs and pale skin. Campers spoke of hearing eerie wails and finding unusual footprints outside their tents. The Ottawa called them Wendigo, an evil spirit that could possess humans and turn them into violent, cannibalistic monsters. Alex and I exchanged nervous glances as Ryan continued in a low, solemn tone. The Wendigo targeted people in moments of weakness, those who were lost, hungry, or struggling emotionally. It would stalk its prey, driving them to madness and desperation before finally revealing itself. According to legend, the surest way to become possessed by a Wendigo was to encounter it in your dreams. I laughed off Ryan's spooky tale as I crawled into my tent, but I couldn't shake the ominous feeling it left me with as I drifted off into a restless sleep. Little did I know that his story was a dark harbinger of the horrors to come. I awoke with a start, my heart pounding, unsure where I was for a moment. Pale morning light filtered through the tent walls as memories of the previous day came flooding back. The long drive, setting up camp, Ryan's creepy Wendigo story by the dying fire. I took a few deep breaths to calm myself. It was just a dumb campfire tale. No need to get worked up. Unzipping the tent flap, I was greeted by the serene, misty shoreline of Lake Superior. Ryan and Alex were already up, boiling water for coffee on our propane stove. The events of last night felt hazy, like a strange dream. We ate a quick breakfast of instant oatmeal and discussed our plans for the day. A long hike to scout for a backcountry campsite where we'd stay tonight, deep in the forest and miles from other people. As I shouldered my heavy pack and we set off down the trail, the eerie feeling from last night crept back in. The woods felt different than other forests I'd hiked, unfriendly somehow. Towering hemlocks blocked out the sun, casting everything in a gloomy half-light. A low mist snaked between the mossy trunks. The only sounds were our boots crunching dead leaves and the occasional distant croak of a raven. I kept thinking I caught flickers of movement out of the corner of my eye. But when I turned to look, nothing was there. We hiked for hours, pushing deeper into the wilderness. My mind wandered as I walked, ruminating on my problems back home that I was trying to escape. The mountain of unpaid bills, my demoralizing dead-end job, the gnawing loneliness of the past year. This trip was supposed to help me get away from all that, but I couldn't seem to stop my anxious thoughts from churning. As the light started to slant into late afternoon, I realized I had fallen behind Ryan and Alex, lost in my own head. Picking up my pace to catch up, I suddenly noticed that the trail had grown faint, barely more than a faded line of trampled brush snaking between the endless ranks of trees. Had we gotten off track at some point? A shiver tingled up my spine as I realized how utterly alone and tiny I felt beneath the ancient, disapproving glare of the forest. I called out for Ryan and Alex, but the woods seemed to swallow my words, muffling them to eerie silence. I had started to sweat, my heart thudding faster. Where were they? How could I have lost them? The trail was gone now. No matter which direction I looked, my surroundings were a uniform tangle of trunks and shadow. I was undeniably lost and alone in this vast, primordial wilderness. Ryan's words from last night echoed in my mind unbidden. The Wendigo targets people in moments of weakness, those who are lost, hungry, struggling emotionally. A twig snapped sharply behind me. I spun around and saw a flicker of pale motion between distant trees. Breath catching in my throat, I called out in a quavering voice, "Ryan, Alex, is that you guys?" But only silence answered me. The forest had gone preternaturally still, like a dark, watchful presence holding its breath. I suddenly felt a prickling certainty that something was out there in the shadows, and it was observing me, stalking me. I was alone and lost in the great North Woods, miles from civilization. And I couldn't shake the terrifying sense that the forest itself was alive and malevolent, that I had somehow drawn the attention of an ancient, patient evil. As the shadows lengthened and an unseasonable chill crept into the air, I shivered and realized one thing with sinking dread. Night was falling, and I desperately needed to find my friends before darkness swallowed the woods. Because strangely, I knew that if I didn't, I might never make it out of this forest again. I crashed frantically through thickets and deadfalls, wincing as twigs lashed my face, calling for Ryan and Alex until my voice grew hoarse. But the woods gave no answer. Each towering tree looked just like the last, and I soon had to accept that I was hopelessly disoriented. The meager daylight was fading fast, shadows pooling between the endless ranks of trunks. Overhead, a raven croaked forlornly, and in my agitated state, it sounded like mocking laughter. Fear churned sickly in my stomach, as Ryan's ominous tale haunted me. When I could barely see my own feet beneath me in the gloom, I had to accept bitter defeat. I was lost, alone, and now would have to spend the night in these unsettling woods by myself, with no tent or proper gear. But I was an experienced outdoorsman, I sternly told myself. I could get through this. All I needed was a campfire for warmth and protection, and tomorrow at first light I'd regain my bearings and reunite with the others. Everything would look better in the clear light of day. Scouring the forest floor, I gathered an armload of deadfall and cleared a small space between the looming evergreens. My lighter was buried deep in my pack, but I eventually fished it out with trembling hands, praying that it would ignite the damp tinder. After a tense minute of coaxing, a weak flame finally bloomed. I carefully nurtured it until I had a modest blaze casting a pool of flickering orange light. The fire's warmth was a small comfort against the eerie night chill settling over the forest. I hunkered close to the wavering flames, feeding it larger sticks, trying to bolster both the fire and my own flagging courage. Overhead, stars glinted coldly in the narrow gaps between the tree crowns. Aside from the crackle of my modest blaze, the woods had fallen preternaturally silent, without even the hum of insects or rustle of night creatures. It was as if the forest was collectively holding its breath in some grim anticipation. Despite my efforts to stay awake and alert, exhaustion from the day's hike and stress wore me down. My thoughts drifted to Megan and our painful breakup, the credit card statements that kept me up at night, the creeping sense that I was wasting my life in a meaningless job. Maybe that's why I'd agreed so eagerly to this trip, a desperate bid to outrun my demons for a little while. But now, shivering alone fireside in the uncaring forest, my personal struggles felt trivial against the deeper menace lurking in these ancient woods, a primordial fear as old as humanity itself. Just as my chin started to nod toward my chest, I heard a distant sound that jolted me to full alertness, a long, wavering cry somewhere between a moan and a howl that sent ice water trickling down my spine. It sounded vaguely human, but not quite. The wail rose in pitch before tapering into haunting silence. The night seemed to darken and press closer around me as my pulse hammered in my throat. Moments later, a second cry reverberated dimly through the trees, further off but no less chilling. Definitely not a coyote or owl. I huddled closer to the fire, now a pitifully small circle of light in the engulfing blackness. My imagination raced, trying to place the unsettling sounds. Could the Wendigo legend actually have some truth to it? Were those the hunting calls of those spindly pale creatures Ryan had described? Did I actually glimpse one earlier stalking me through the trees? I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to slow my ragged breathing. When I opened them, I noticed that the fire had burned low. More crimson embers now than reassuring flame. But before I could feed it more fuel, I glimpsed a pale flicker of motion just at the edge of the weak firelight. My blood turned to ice as a gaunt figure stepped soundlessly out from behind a tree. Taller than a man, with skeletal limbs, ghostly skin, and eyes that glinted with feral hunger. I bit back a scream, scrabbling backwards. The creature took another silent step forward, the firelight dancing over its nightmarish frame. There was a hideous, alien intelligence in its sunken gaze, ancient and merciless. I felt the Wendigo's eyes bore into mine, glimpsed the ravenous madness lurking there, and felt my own sanity fray at the edges as I stared into that pale, gaunt face from humanity's darkest folklore. A single thought tolled like a funeral bell in my mind. Now I finally understood the true meaning of horror. I fled blindly into the night, heedless of direction, my pulse a roar of terror in my ears. Bursting through thickets of brambles, clawing my way through snarls of deadwood, stumbling over gnarled roots that twisted like grasping fingers across the forest floor. The gurgling rush of a stream cut off my path, shocking me back to a semblance of rationality as I skidded to a stop, gasping at its shadowed edge. Sobbing for air, my head swiveled wildly, searching for any sign of pursuit. The forest loomed around me, silent and watchful. My campfire was now just the barest crimson smudge flickering distantly between the towering ranks of hemlock trunks. All was still and shadowed, not a pale figure in sight. Could I have imagined that ghastly specter? A hallucination conjured by exhaustion, darkness, and Ryan's ominous fireside story. Logic argued that must be the case. But the image of those feral, ravenous eyes burned in my memory, too starkly lucid to be a mere figment. Deep in my bones, an animal instinct older than reason itself whispered the certain truth. Something was out there in the night, hunting me. Dragging my sleeve across my clammy face, I took stock of my surroundings and shuddered anew. I was now utterly disoriented, more lost than ever in this endless wilderness, and with no fire or proper gear for the night. Fighting down a fresh surge of panic, I focused grimly on the one thing I could control, putting more distance between myself and whatever lurked back there in the darkness. I crashed along parallel to the stream, hoping it would eventually lead me to a lake or river, and some point of reference to navigate by. Biting cold gnawed deep into my bones. Unseen brambles clawed at my face, the stinging pain almost welcome for how it distracted from the sickening churn of terror in my gut. As I fought through a knee-high tangle of devil's club, their spiny leaves biting through my jeans, I glimpsed a pallid flicker of motion paralleling me among the trees on the far side of the stream. I froze, straining my eyes in the darkness, unsure whether the silhouette was real or imagined. But undeniably, a malevolent presence, ancient and watchful, seemed to lurk just beyond my sight in the gloom-shrouded trunks, goading me onward, not ready to reveal itself fully just yet. Madness crept at the edges of my mind. I could feel it prowling in the shadows of my own psyche, like the gaunt creature stalking me through the forest. We're all just one bad night away from insanity, I thought wildly. A single glimpse behind the veil of a dark and uncaring universe. Shaking my head violently, I redoubled my pace, forcing thoughts of home and needing to see my family again to eclipse the corrosive despair. I pictured my dingy apartment back in Pittsburgh, ugly wallpaper and leaky faucet suddenly nostalgically inviting. Even my sterile office cubicle seemed like a bastion of sanity and safety, numbers marching neatly in orderly rows and columns. Just then, I stumbled into a small moonlit clearing, and my heart lurched in my chest. A weathered cabin huddled at the clearing's center, boards canted and roof sagging from winters of heavy snow. A rickety porch draped in shadow. Part of me recoiled from the eerie scene, but the desperate need for shelter and walls and something of human origin won out. I hesitantly approached the door, my knock swallowed by the sepulchral night. "Hello?" I called, hating the tremor in my voice. "Is anyone home? I could really use some help." Then the door's rusty hinges shrieked and it yawned open with a drawn-out creak, revealing only darkness within. But as my eyes adjusted, I glimpsed the shimmer of pale, gaunt limbs and a feral glint of sunken eyes. My blood turned to ice as I stared into the face of nightmare, and the horrible truth crashed over me. I hadn't outrun the Wendigo. I had stumbled right into its lair. The Wendigo's fetid breath washed over me, reeking of blood and decay as it loomed in the doorway. Up close it was even more horrific, emaciated yet muscular, elongated limbs tapering to wicked black talons, a nightmare fusion of famine and unnatural strength. This close, I glimpsed the tatters of clothing and realized with fresh horror that this creature had once been human before it transformed into the gaunt monstrosity before me. I turned and sprinted madly into the night, the Wendigo's hissing snarl dogging my heels. I crashed blindly through brambles that bit into my flesh, slicing my face and hands as I ran in mindless terror. The creature bounded after me, effortless and silent as a wolf, the forest's shadows parting like water before it. We danced a morbid waltz through the moonlit trees, hunter and prey, the Wendigo almost lazily matching my frantic pace but always lurking at the edges of my sight. It was playing with me, I realized with renewed horror, savoring my unconstrained terror and desperation. My legs burned and my lungs sobbed for air, but I ran on, primal survival instinct eclipsing all reason. I didn't dare look back, terrified of what I might see gaining ground behind me. Crashing through the underbrush, I focused only on putting one foot in front of the other, on drawing one more ragged breath. But I knew I couldn't outrun the creature forever. Already my pace was flagging, my body pushed past its limits. In desperation, I veered toward where the trees thinned out, praying it meant I was nearing the lakeshore or a road, some avenue of escape. Bursting from the tree line, my heart plummeted as I skidded to a halt at the crumbling edge of a sheer cliff, waves crashing on jagged rocks far below. Spinning around, I searched for another route, but the Wendigo was suddenly there, slipping silently from the shadows to block my path. In the moonlight, I could see its pale, gaunt frame more clearly, all sinew and emaciated limbs. Intelligent, yet inhuman eyes glittered in its skull-like face as it stalked slowly closer, relishing my obvious terror and despair. I was cornered, with nowhere left to run. But as it stretched one clawed hand toward me, a sudden beam of light sliced through the darkness, pinning the creature in its glare. Squinting against the brightness, I made out two human silhouettes advancing through the trees, flashlight beams sweeping before them. "Ethan!" The achingly welcome voice was Ryan's, edged with worry. "Are you out here? Answer us." Hardly daring to breathe, I risked a glance at the Wendigo and felt a shock. The creature had vanished as if it were never there. Blinking against the residual dazzle of the flashlights, I scanned the tree line, but no trace remained of the nightmarish entity. It was as if the light itself had banished the creature back to whatever dark realm had spawned it. "I'm here," I called, my voice cracking with relief. "Oh, thank God you found me." Ryan and Alex crashed out of the trees, their faces mirrors of deep concern and barely repressed fear. "Dude, we've been searching for hours." Ryan pulled me into a rough embrace as Alex anxiously checked me over for injuries. "What happened to you? We thought we heard screams and, I don't know, other weird sounds out in the woods." I opened my mouth, the full story of my monstrous ordeal rising to my lips. But I hesitated. Already the night's events had taken on a hazy, feverish quality in my mind, as if I had just awoken from a vivid nightmare. Had it really happened at all? Or had the forest's eerie atmosphere and the fireside Wendigo tales simply ignited my overactive imagination? The guys were already on edge. Did I really want to ratchet their anxiety even higher by raving about a pale, demonic creature stalking me through the trees? A creature that had apparently vanished into thin air? I'm not sure," I finally said. "I guess I got lost and panicked. I thought I saw... Well, it doesn't matter. I'm just glad you found me." Ryan and Alex exchanged a wordless look, clearly not fully convinced, but to my relief they didn't push for details. "Come on, let's get you back to camp," Alex said gently, taking my arm to guide me as if he expected me to collapse at any moment. "We'll hike back out to the road at first light and cut this trip short. I think we've all had enough of these woods." I simply nodded, suddenly too exhausted to speak. But as I let my friends lead me back through the trees, I couldn't resist one last look over my shoulder into the shadowed forest behind us. Were those two faintly glowing eyes I glimpsed peering from behind a tangle of trunks? Watching us depart with cold, ageless patience, secure in the knowledge that its forest would always be waiting? Or was it simply a trick of the moonlight and my own strained, overreactive mind? I shuddered and hurried on, eager to put this nightmarish wilderness behind me. But as the trees closed in around us once more, I couldn't shake one last chilling thought. If the Wendigo was real and could truly possess those who encountered it, who was to say the creature hadn't already sunk its claws into my mind? That even now, a seed of insidious madness might be taking root in my psyche, waiting to sprout and grow in the months ahead? What if the true horror was only just beginning? The morning sun slanted through the grimy windows of my cramped studio apartment, catching motes of dust swirling lazily in the wan light. I sat hunched at my tiny kitchen table, staring blearily into a mug of coffee that had long since gone cold. The blare of morning traffic drifted up from the street below, the city going about its business, blissfully unaware of the shadows that lurked in the forgotten corners of the world. It had been 2 months since that nightmarish night in the northern woods. 2 months of jumping at shadows, of lying awake in the dark, listening for the scrape of claws at my door. The first few weeks back had been the hardest. I'd thrown myself into work, trying to lose myself in the comforting banality of spreadsheets and financial reports. But every time I closed my eyes, I saw that pale, gaunt face looming out of the darkness, felt the Wendigo's fetid breath on the back of my neck. I knew Ryan and Alex were worried about me. Our friendship had been strained since the trip. We'd all dealt with the aftermath in our own ways. Alex had channeled his lingering unease into his teaching, becoming a favorite among his students for his intense, immersive lessons. Ryan had thrown himself into his family, taking his daughter on long hikes in the safe, tame woods near their suburban home. And I had simply withdrawn, pulling away from calls and texts, isolating myself in my fortress of solitude. But slowly, gradually, I was putting the pieces of myself back together. Oddly, it was the little moments of connection that helped the most. A brief chat with the barista at my local coffee shop, a shared smile with a stranger on the subway. Each one felt like a tiny victory, a defiant stand against the darkness. Because in the end, that was the Wendigo's true power, I'd come to realize. Not the rending of flesh or gnashing of teeth, but the rending of our humanity. The insidious whisper that we are alone in the dark, that the world is a cold and uncaring place. But it was a lie. There was still light in the world, still warmth and human connection if you knew where to look. I sipped my cold coffee, grimacing slightly at the bitter taste. Then I opened my laptop, jaw set with quiet determination. The Wendigo may have sunk its claws into my mind, but I wasn't going to let it win. I would claw my way back to the light one day at a time, starting with settling at least one lingering demon, the looming specter of my finances. I pulled up my online banking portal, steeling myself, and blinked in shock. The balance was far healthier than it had any right to be. Scanning recent transactions, I spotted a deposit from Ryan, then another from Alex. Enough to keep me afloat while I got back on my feet. Tears pricked the corners of my eyes as I stared at the screen. Even after everything, my friends still had my back. They'd tethered a lifeline to guide me out of the darkness. In that moment, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. I knew I still had a long road ahead of me, that there would still be nights where I awoke in a cold sweat, heart pounding. But I also knew I had the strength to walk that road. And more importantly, that I wouldn't be walking it alone. The Wendigo had tried its best to unravel the bonds between us, to fray the fabric of our humanity. But it had failed. In the end, it was our connections to each other that would see us through the darkness. The ancient evil in the forest was strong, but it was no match for the light we carried within us. I stood up, mug in hand, and walked to the window, looking out over the bustling city. Somewhere out there, a Wendigo lurked in the shadows, waiting for its next victim. But it would not be me. I had a life to live, and I intended to live it well, to meet my demons head on, strengthened by the knowledge that I was not alone, and bit by bit, to banish the darkness with the light of human connection. It wouldn't be easy, but I was ready for the fight. After all, if there was one thing I'd learned from my night of terror in the forest, it was this. The scariest monsters are the ones we carry within us. But in the end, it is also us who gets to decide how their story ends. I smiled and took a sip of coffee, the morning sun warming my face. Then I turned and walked out my front door, ready to face the day ahead. I never expected to find myself deep in the forests of Michigan's Upper Peninsula, working for a clandestine government agency. But here I was, tramping through the dense undergrowth, my boots crunching on fallen leaves and twigs. The air was crisp and carried the earthy scent of pine. Shafts of sunlight penetrated the thick canopy overhead. My name is Emily Foster, and I'm from Alaska. I've always loved the outdoors, hiking, camping, exploring nature. But I never imagined those interests would lead to a job like this. Desperate times call for desperate measures, though. Drowning in student loan and credit card debt, I needed a lifeline. And one day, out of the blue, I was approached about an opportunity with a secretive branch of the government. They needed people with backcountry skills for special assignments. The pay was great, and it sounded like an adventure. I signed on the dotted line. Now, on my first mission, doubts gnawed at me as I followed my training officer, Sergeant Alvarez, through the trackless woods. Our job was to locate a group of hikers who had disappeared in this remote area a week ago. But something felt off. The hush that hung over the forest was unnatural, foreboding. The hairs on my neck prickled. Alvarez must have sensed my unease. "Keep sharp, eyes peeled," he said in a low voice. "Anything moves, call it out immediately." His hand rested on the rifle slung over his shoulder. I nodded, hand tightening on my own weapon. They told us to be prepared for anything. Rogue bears, escaped fugitives, drug cartels guarding hidden pot fields. But the veteran soldiers spoke of other threats in hushed whispers when they thought us rookies weren't listening. Things that couldn't possibly be real. As if on cue, a blood-curdling scream rang out from deep in the forest, shattering the eerie silence. Birds exploded from the treetops. Alvarez and I froze, looked at each other. The screaming continued, growing more shrill and agonized. It sounded human, but not quite. A cold dread settled in my gut. "Go, go, go!" Alvarez sprinted toward the sound, dodging between trees, and I followed close on his heels. Branches whipped at my face and undergrowth snatched at my legs. The screaming cut off abruptly, leaving ringing silence in its wake. We stumbled to a halt in a small clearing. At first glance, it looked like an animal attack. Blood splattered the fallen leaves and smeared the nearby tree trunks. Bits of shredded clothing and flesh were strewn about. But something was very wrong with the scene. The torn remnants of clothing were odd, tattered suits and dresses from a bygone era rather than modern outdoor gear. And the remains, they didn't look quite human. Limbs bent at impossible angles, hands tipped with bony claws, grinning skulls that seemed elongated and animal-like. What is this?" I whispered hoarsely, fighting down rising nausea. "Christ," Alvarez hissed. He crouched by a severed arm, still clad in a moldering suit sleeve. "This isn't recent. This is old." A piercing wail sounded behind us. We spun around to see an emaciated, vaguely human figure lurch out of the underbrush, ribs protruding beneath pallid flesh, long arms ending in sharp talons. Lipless jaws parted to emit another unearthly shriek as it bounded toward us. Alvarez opened fire, the shots cracking like thunder in the quiet forest. The thing jerked and stumbled as bullets slammed into it, but it kept coming. I raised my own gun and added to the fusillade. Finally, mercifully, the creature dropped mere feet away, oozing black ichor. We stood over it, panting, pulses pounding. It looked like something out of a nightmare or horror movie, not anything that should exist in the real world. "What is that thing?" I finally managed. "Legend come to life," Alvarez replied grimly. "Every culture has stories. Wendigo, skinwalkers, Yeti." He looked at me with haunted eyes. "Congratulations, Private. You just got your first introduction to the real reason this unit exists. To hunt the nightmares that turned out to be real after all. He clicked on his radio. Sierra Actual. This is Alpha Team. We have contact. Code Black. Repeat Code Black. As I stared at the twisted remains of the creature, one thing became crystal clear. Those missing hikers weren't lost. They were dead. And now we had to make sure whatever killed them never preyed on anyone else again. Little did I know, it was just the beginning of the horrors lurking in the dark corners of the American wilderness. Horrors we now had to confront head-on. And if we failed, the nightmares would spread. Deep in the lush, temperate rainforests of Oregon, our clandestine unit confronted fresh horrors. The soggy detritus of the forest floor muffled our footsteps as Sergeant Alvarez and I crept through the verdant understory of ferns and moss-clad maples. Mist curled between the trees, turning the woods into a monochromatic watercolor. This time, a U.S. Forest Service ranger had vanished on a routine patrol. With her decades of experience in these woods, it seemed unlikely that she'd simply gotten lost. Our taciturn mission commander, Major Briggs, suspected something more sinister at work. After 3 days of fruitless searching, we finally discovered the ranger's truck. It sat abandoned on an overgrown logging road, doors flung open, windshield starred from the inside with cracks. Rust-colored stains splashed the dashboard and driver's seat. With mounting unease, we followed a trail of disturbed undergrowth and broken branches away from the truck, weapons at the ready. The forest seemed to grow more oppressive the deeper we went, the air heavy and still. I felt unseen eyes boring into my back. "Hold up," Alvarez suddenly whispered, fist raised. "There's something ahead." I squinted through the shifting mist. An ungainly figure shuffled between the trees some 50 meters away, hunched and lurching. It looked vaguely human, but wrong, misshapen. Alvarez keyed his radio. "Sierra, Alpha. We have possible contact with target. Moving to intercept. Over." "Alpha, Sierra. Confirmed. Proceed with caution." Major Briggs's clipped reply crackled back. We began closing the distance, picking our way as quietly as possible over the uneven ground. As we drew nearer, the feeling of unease grew into outright dread. There was something unnatural about the figure, something that set off deep primal alarms in my brain. At 20 meters, it must have finally heard us. The creature whirled with shocking speed to face us, mouth gaping in a silent scream. I recoiled involuntarily. Its face was a ruin of livid fungal growth, shelf-like brackets protruding from skin that looked more vegetal than flesh. Empty sockets seemed to weep with black ichor, and a tangle of root-like tendrils spilled over a shredded ranger uniform. The name tag read, Hawkins, but there was nothing human left. "Contact!" Alvarez yelled, opening fire. The creature bounded toward us with terrifying speed, shrugging off the hail of bullets perforating its body. A tide of lesser horrors boiled out of the mist behind it, chittering, skittering things that looked like nightmarish fusions of insect, fungus, and mammal. Time seemed to dilate as I emptied my rifle into the onrushing horde. Fungal puffballs exploded from shattered exoskeletons and geysers of spores filled the air. Desiccated bodies fell twitching only to be trampled by fresh horrors surging forward. The ranger thing was nearly on us, its fellows swarming close behind. My gun ran dry. Alvarez fumbled for another clip. An insectile horror leapt for his throat, scissored mandibles flashing. He screamed. Then thunder cracked from the mist. The creature's head disintegrated in a spray of chitin and slime. More gunfire roared and the fungal tide recoiled as if slapped. Figures clad head to toe in mottled containment suits emerged from the trees, flamethrowers pumping gouts of cleansing fire. I collapsed against a tree, chest heaving. Alvarez looked shell-shocked. Of Hawkins' body, only smoldering mycelia remained. A containment-suited figure approached us, face obscured behind a reflective visor. "Sergeant Alvarez? Private name?" a muffled voice inquired. "I'm Lieutenant Vega, USS Amriad. Consider yourselves relieved, boys." "What? What was that?" Alvarez croaked out. Fungal parasite we've designated Ophiocordyceps formicidae, ant shroom for short, Vega replied grimly. We think it's an emergent superstrain that infects and hijacks multiple hosts, insect, animal, human. Hawkins must have stumbled across a growth. My mouth felt desert dry. Ant shroom? Parasitic fungi commandeering human bodies? This threat made the Wendigo look tame. Vega clapped our shoulders. There will be a full debrief back at base. For now, just be thankful you survived. Most don't get that lucky their first encounter. As the USAM Reed team incinerated the fungi-ravaged parts of the forest, I wondered how many nightmares this unit faced on a regular basis, and how long our luck would hold out. Months passed in a blur of clandestine missions across the country as our team confronted monsters that mortal imaginations had consigned to myth and legend. But a new assignment in the backwoods of Pennsylvania would prove one of our greatest challenges yet. Locals had reported livestock mutilations and glimpses of deformed figures lurking in the forests of the Poconos. The incidents coincided with a spike in missing persons cases. Caught up in the economic downturn, the small towns welcomed the influx of government activity. They had no idea of our unit's true nature or the horrors we hunted. Under the cover of night, Sergeant Alvarez and I crept through dense stands of hemlock and spruce, a gibbous moon peering through the canopy like a baleful eye. The air smelled loamy, but beneath it lay the faintest rotten whiff, like spoiled meat. An hour into our recon, we reached a small clearing in the forest. What we found there froze the blood in my veins. Animal carcasses littered the glade, cattle and sheep ripped open and strewn about, ribbons of flesh trailing from cracked bones. Viscous splatters stained the ground. Most looked days old, crawling with maggots. One appeared more recent. But that wasn't the worst of it. At the center of the charnel display rose a towering arrangement of branches, bones, and flesh. Rotting deer skulls crowned its peak, empty sockets seeming to leer. Tattered skin stretched between ribs and femurs in a grisly webwork. It vaguely resembled the bizarre bone chandelier we'd found in that California mine shaft, clearly crafted by the same minds and hands, or claws. Looks like we found where those missing livestock ended up, Alvarez muttered, face grim. I nodded tightly, unable to tear my gaze from the macabre tower. Some branches looked suspiciously humanoid in shape and size. I flashed to the missing persons reports and felt my gorge rise. A branch snapped in the forest behind us. We spun, rifles snapping up to firing position. Alvarez's flashlight beam penetrated the night, catching a glimpse of sickly pale flesh and far, far too many teeth. Then the beam fell on a tiny, huddled figure crouched behind a stump. A child's tear-streaked face stared back at us, eyes wide with terror. My heart lurched. A little girl, out here? She couldn't have been more than 6 or 7. I lowered my gun and stepped forward. "Hey, sweetheart, it's okay," I called softly. "We're here to help. Are you lost?" She remained silent, trembling, gaze flicking to the tree line as if at any moment something terrible might come bursting out. Seeing her fear, I holstered my weapon and knelt, extending a hand. "Don't be scared. We'll get you out of here, okay? Back to your family. I promise." For a moment she hesitated, then started to uncurl from her hiding place. I smiled reassuringly, but as she emerged into the moonlight, I gasped in horror. Blood and worse stained her tattered dress. Clumps of gore crusted her chin and throat. And her teeth. They didn't look right, too pointed, too numerous. I stumbled back as Alvarez yanked me to my feet. "What the hell?" I choked out. She's just a kid." "Not anymore," he replied hoarsely, face ashen. "Whatever's out there, it got to her." As he spoke, more small shapes slipped out of the darkness at the edge of the clearing. Wild eyes and wide, bloody grins flashed in the moonlight. Childish giggles drifted through the night, but there was a manic, feral edge to them. The little girl suddenly lunged, howling, mouth yawning inhumanly wide. Alvarez fired on pure reflex. The shot struck her square in the chest. She crumpled, still snarling around a mouthful of shark-like teeth. The other children, if you could call them that anymore, surged forward, howling. Alvarez and I opened up, the night roaring with muzzle flashes and inhuman shrieks. Bullets tore through small bodies, but they kept coming, seemingly oblivious to pain. One leapt on Alvarez's back, teeth and nails scrabbling for his throat. I wrenched it away and smashed it down, bones snapping beneath my rifle butt. Another latched onto my arm, biting deep. I screamed and flung it away, its skull cracking against a tree trunk. It was over in moments, the sudden silence broken only by our ragged breathing and the soft, wet sounds of the dying. Black blood pooled in the moonlight. Alvarez looked stricken, staring at the broken bodies. They'd been kids once, before something twisted them into monsters. "What the fuck is happening?" he whispered. "Nothing good," I replied shakily, feeling the weight of failures upon failures. All those missing people, warped and turned by something I shuddered to imagine. "We need to call this in, Sarge. This is so much worse than we thought." The wind shifted, bringing a charnel reek with it, and the trees came alive with gleaming eyes and grinning mouths, fresh horrors boiling out of the night. Our unit barely escaped the Pennsylvania woods alive that night, fleeing the gibbering hordes that poured from the forest. Whatever dark force lurked in those hills, it was far stronger and more insidious than anything we'd yet faced. Badly shaken, we licked our wounds and tried to regroup. I stared at the photo in my shaking hands. A treasured snapshot of hometown from better days, before monsters were real and my life had purpose and meaning. What was I doing out here? A pawn in a shadow war that never ended. But the horrors wouldn't let me rest. Weeks later, reports filtered in of strange sightings around an abandoned CCC camp deep in the Chequamegon-Nicolet National Forest of Wisconsin. Locals spoke of eerie lights flickering in the old stone buildings, inhuman figures skulking in the tree line. The missing person cases mounted. Alvarez slammed a fist on the table as he skimmed the reports. "More kids vanished around there, just like in Pennsylvania. I'm seeing a pattern and I don't like it one bit." I knew he still carried the guilt of the innocents we couldn't save. The things we had to do. I felt it gnawing at my own soul. And now it looked to be happening again. Major Briggs was characteristically blunt in our mission briefing. "Whatever is preying on these towns, it's escalating. The powers that be are concerned, and that means we need to get ahead of this. You two have experience with this sort of incursion. Find out what we're dealing with and shut it down." So once more, Alvarez and I found ourselves creeping through moonlit forests, the musty scent of leaf litter thick in the air. The old CCC camp squatted in a clearing ahead, stone walls crumbling beneath cloaking vines and creepers. Shadows pooled thick around the empty windows and doorways. "I've got a bad feeling about this," Alvarez muttered, mirroring my own unease. The forest surrounding the camp felt watchful, heavy with a sense of coiled menace. We took up positions to either side of the dark main entrance, rifles readied. I caught Alvarez's eye, nodded, and we slipped inside, flashlight beams probing the gloom. The interior looked like something out of a slasher flick, peeling lead paint, scattered debris, and strange stains splashed across the walls. A rotten smell hung thick in the air, underlain by a coppery tang I recognized all too well. Blood. The hairs prickled on the back of my neck as we moved deeper into the ruin. Our lights played over a scene of carefully organized chaos. Occult sigils daubed the crumbling walls, interspersed with strange, spiky writing in a language I'd never seen before. Bundles of desiccated herbs and bones hung from the ceiling. In an inner chamber, my flashlight fell across a sight that wrenched the breath from my lungs. A stone altar squatted against the far wall, its slab stained rusty brown. Shackles ending in wicked hooks dangled from the ceiling above it, and huddled on the floor around it. "Oh God," Alvarez choked. "The kids. We're too late." Small bodies lay crumpled across the room, a dozen at least. Dried blood crusted their torn clothing. Some looked like they'd been gnawed on, flesh worry from limbs and faces. Flies buzzed in thick clouds. I stumbled back, fighting nausea. They'd been tortured, bled, and left for dead. Some of them looked pitifully young, no more than 5 or 6. What kind of monsters could do something like this? From the darkness beyond the altar, a low growl rolled. Slick, glistening shapes detached from the shadows, rising on twisted limbs. Gelatinous flesh undulated, sprouting mouths filled with needle teeth. My mind flashed to the briefing reports and a chill prickled my spine. Deep ones. They'd found their way inland. Alvarez and I opened fire as one, bullets thudding into flabby bodies that rippled and reformed around the impacts. Icarus blood sprayed and the nearest abominations fell writhing, but more boiled out of hidden alcoves and crevices. We fought our way back through the labyrinthine halls, chased by skittering claws and demented piping cries. I felt the clammy flick of a webbed hand and whirled, smashing the twisted thing back with my rifle butt. It gibbered, shark-like teeth gnashing, black eyes alight with malice. And then daylight beckoned, the promise of escape. We burst from the crumbling doorway in a hail of eldritch shrieks, but the horrors kept coming, a tide of writhing, tattered flesh. Alvarez fished a grenade from his vest. "Get clear!" He yanked the pin and lobbed it back through the doorway. A muffled crump shook the stones, followed by keening wails. In the shocking silence that followed, we sprinted for the tree line. Behind us, the camp belched smoke, greasy flames beginning to lick at the eaves. Burning fish frog smell rolled over us and I gagged. At the forest's edge, Alvarez grabbed my arm, pulling me up short. His face looked drawn and ashen. "This is so much worse than we thought. Did you see their altar? The symbols? This wasn't random, it was a ritual. They're trying to bring something through." I swallowed hard, the reality sinking in. The Deep Ones weren't just isolated monsters. There was an intelligence behind them, an agenda. And those murdered children had been mere sacrifices to fuel their nightmarish plans. We had to get this information back to command immediately, because if the horrors from the deeps gained a foothold in our world, nowhere would be safe. This was only the beginning. Major Briggs listened to our report with a hardening expression, his face etched with grim lines. When we finished, he steepled his fingers, gaze distant. "Deep Ones," he said at last, voice heavy. "I'd hoped to never see them this far inland. This is deeply concerning." He turned to face us, eyes intense. "The symbols you described, the ritual killings, they're trying to open a deep gate, a portal to the abyssal plains. And I'm afraid they may have already succeeded." An involuntary shiver ran through me. I'd seen the mind-bending things that lurked in the spaces between worlds, the crawling chaos and forgotten gods. If the Deep Ones had opened a path for those horrors. Briggs called up a holographic map, zeroing in on a region in the mountains of North Carolina. "We've had strange reports coming out of the Pisgah-Nantahala wilderness. Seismic disturbances, locals ranting about tentacled monstrosities glimpsed in the forests. I fear it may already be a beachhead." He fixed us with a look. "Alvarez, name. You two are the most experienced field agents we have with this particular threat. I need you on the ground immediately to assess the situation and lead the containment efforts. We cannot allow this incursion to spread." The weight of the task settled heavily on my shoulders, but I met the Major's eyes steadily. "We'll get it done, sir. One way or another, we'll drive them back." Alvarez nodded grimly at my side. "Time to finish this, before those abyssal bastards finish us." So once again we readied our gear and our minds to confront the horrors that lurked in the shadow spaces of our world. But this time, I feared that our resolve and our bullets might not be enough. The stakes had never been higher, and the nightmares had never been more real. Under cover of darkness, our helicopters set down in a remote stretch of the Appalachians, rotors whipping the trees. Above, stars glittered cold and sharp in a moonless sky. Stepping out into the night, I shivered at a palpable sense of oppressive menace. The air felt greasy, tainted. Our orders were to locate the epicenter of the disturbances and assess the threat level for reinforcements to move in. But as we fanned out into the woods, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were already too late, that we were flies blundering into a spider's web. Alvarez took point, picking his way carefully through the undergrowth. I followed close on his heels, senses straining. Around us, the forest lay far too still and silent. No insect chorus, no owl cries. As if all the natural life had fled, or been driven out. And then we smelled it on the wind. The acrid chemical reek of wrongness. It clawed at my sinuses and left an oily coating on my tongue. We exchanged a look, and I saw my own realization mirrored in Alvarez's eyes. That was the stink of an open hell portal, a wound in the skin of reality leaking impossible emanations. Silently, we crept forward, dread pressing in around us. The trees began to thin, and the smell grew stronger, undercut now with the carrion fetor of death and decay. Ahead, the beam of Alvarez's flashlight speared a swirling wall of greasy mist. Eldritch shapes seemed to writhe in its depths. And then the screaming started. Shrill, gurgling cries ripped the night, agony and madness given voice. They came from everywhere and nowhere all at once, assaulting our ears. My heart kicked into panicked overdrive. I knew those sounds only too well. The shrieks of men and women being flensed of mind and body, being remade. The screams rose to a crescendo, rebounding off the hills, and then cut off abruptly. Echoes rang in the sudden, startling silence. Alvarez and I stood frozen, knuckles white on our guns. From the mist-shrouded gloom, the wet slap of flabby, dragging footsteps, a rank gust of air, heavy with the stench of low tide and putrefaction. The steps drew closer. Shapes moved in the fog. I drew a shaking breath, willing iron into my spine. Beside me, Alvarez braced to fire. And from the billowing banks of mist, our nightmares shambled forth to greet us with grasping arms and shrieking, fang-filled maws. They came at us in a diseased tide, a mass of writhing, Icarus flesh and twisted limbs. Deep ones, their gelatinous bodies distorted into new and terrible configurations. Webbed hands sprouted long, scything claws, arms subdivided into thrashing tentacles. Lamprey mouths yawned in bellies, faces, even embedded in broad paddle-like tails. And ripped human bodies bobbed in their midst like obscene driftwood, the ravaged corpses of the swallowed expedition teams. Gutted torsos dangled from the grip of tentacles and claws, entrails trailing like grisly fronds. Pale, contorted faces stared in death, jaws frozen around silent screams. We opened fire, the night erupting into strobing muzzle flashes and deafening thunder. Our bullets plowed through pliant bodies, blasting fist-sized craters that wept black ichor. Alien screams rose in a deranged chorus. But for every abomination that fell twitching, 3 more boiled out of the mist. A massive specimen reared up over Alvarez, body glistening with mucus and eyes alight with malign intelligence. Claws shredded the air a hair's breadth from his face as he blasted it point blank with his shotgun, shearing away a massive gobbet of membranous flesh. It shrieked and fell back, only to be replaced by more grasping horrors. I fought at Alvarez's side, lashing out with gun and boot. My mind flashed to happier times in old, but those memories seemed to fray and splinter with each lurching horror I put down. This war, these nightmares, they hollowed out normalcy and left only the fight. Only the iron taste of blood and cordite, the scream of neurons and sinew pushed past breaking. The tide of horrors seemed endless, an inexorable wall of dank flesh pushing us back step by step. Fetid breath gusted over us, needle teeth gnashed and sought our flesh. We dumped the dregs of our ammunition into the mass to little avail. A searing pain lanced my thigh, a jagged gash weeping scarlet. A creature had slipped past my guard, ripping a line across my skin before I could blast it to rags. My leg buckled and I stumbled. A mossy boulder caught me, the impact driving the air from my lungs. And then they were on me. Suckered appendages coiled around my arms and throat, locking me in an implacable grip. I thrashed and kicked, but more tentacles snaked around my legs, my chest. My lungs burned and vision swam. This was it. This was the end. From my dimming periphery, a great roaring rose, and the pressure suddenly slackened. Great gouts of ichor splattered my face as Alvarez tore into my attackers with an impossibly huge knife, hacking and slashing with the ferocity of a berserker. He'd long since emptied his gun. With a cry of desperate strength, he hauled me up, and we reeled away from the ravening horde. Straining lungs, burning muscles. We crashed heedlessly through the undergrowth as the writhing mass of flesh lurched after us. The tree line drew closer. If we could just reach open ground, call in fire support, maybe we could. The ground fell away before us. A great chasm yawned, overgrown with moss and choked with fog. The seismic disturbances Major Briggs had mentioned. In our frantic flight, we'd run right up to the edge of the abyss. And from that abyss rose a sound that turned my blood to ice water in my veins. A deep, basso groaning, like the drumbeat of some colossal heart. Reality rippled around us, the fundamentals of natural law fraying at the edges. The trees, the stars themselves seemed to flinch and wither. Slowly, terribly, we turned from the precipice to face the onrushing tide of horrors. And rising from their midst, a great figure reared high above the trees. Limbs like sinuous trunks unfolded from its body, itself a quivering mass shot through with luminous veins. Eyes the size of wrecking balls, pools of liquid madness, fixed on us with piercing malevolence. The grating bellow echoed from that titan's throat again, making our very bones shudder in sympathy. Half-formed and indistinct in the fog, it lurched forward on columnar legs, reaching for us with hands that could rend steel and stone. We stared up at the oncoming colossus, the smaller abominations capering in its wake. Empty guns dropped from nerveless fingers. There was nowhere left to run, no way to possibly fight the Titan's crushing might. Our backup would never reach us in time. This was the end of our road, here in a remote forest far from home, facing a monster that couldn't possibly be. I looked to Alvarez, and in his eyes I saw the same grim resolve settle. If we were to die here, we would die fighting. My hand found his, and we gripped tight, united against the end. The Titan loomed, antediluvian and awful, blotting out the sky. Around us the world continued to fray and distort as the very laws of nature unraveled. The abyss behind us groaned again, louder, a sound to shatter sanity. But as I braced for the bone-crushing impact of that great hand, I felt a sudden stillness descend. No fear, no pain. Only the cold clarity of duty and the comforting pressure of Alvarez's fingers twined in mine. We had fought the good fight. Stood against the rising dark longer than any could have asked. And if we couldn't stop the horrors this night, others would follow. I silently commended my spirit to whatever powers watched over those who stood against the abyss. And as the Titan's fist descended, I closed my eyes against the rushing dark and whispered my last prayer. Give us the strength to endure this night. And if the dawn never comes, let others' light shine on. The blow fell like an asteroid strike. Bones splintered, flesh ruptured. In an instant, all light and feeling fled. But as the crushing dark took me, I thought I glimpsed figures emerging from the fog behind the horde. The thump of rotors, shouted orders, muzzle flashes, and the crump of high explosives. Our backup had arrived at last, too late for us. But maybe, just maybe, in time to turn the tide. Consciousness returned slowly, a gradual surfacing from the depths of oblivion. Light pried at my eyelids, and I groaned, trying to turn away. Everything hurt. Stay still. You're safe now. A woman's voice, calm but firm. A hand rested on my shoulder. With effort, I cracked my eyes open. Sterile white walls, blurred shapes moving about. I lay in a hospital bed, swathed in bandages and an IV line trailing from my arm. It all came rushing back. The mission, the horrors in the fog, Alvarez and I making our stand. Alvarez, I croaked through dry, cracked lips. Is he? In the next bed over. Banged up to hell and back like you. But he'll make it. The woman, a nurse, leaned into my field of vision. Stern but kind eyes met mine. You're damn lucky to be alive. Both of you. The medevac team didn't think either of you had a pulse when they reached you. I struggled to process her words. We'd survived the Titan's blow? It seemed impossible, but the aches racking my body said otherwise. The nurse busied herself checking my vitals, making notes on a chart. Frankly, it's a miracle you boys held out as long as you did against those things. Bought just enough time for reinforcements to drop on that portal and collapse it with you two still breathing. But it was a close run thing. I looked over to where Alvarez lay, still and pale against white sheets. Resolve settled in my chest, bringing with it a cold, still sort of calm. We'd faced the worst horrors imaginable, looked into the abyss and spat defiance with our last breath. But the fight wasn't over. The Deep Ones had punched through once. They'd do it again. And we had to be there to stop them, no matter the cost. I laid my head back, exhaustion dragging at me. We'd stood at the crumbling edge of reason and reality, stared down forces that could unravel both. Impossible as it seemed, we'd live to fight another day. But I knew, bone deep and certain, that our trials were far from over. The battle against the dark was only beginning. More portals would open, more abominations come crawling through. The Deep Ones, and worse things beside. As I slipped back toward unconsciousness, one thought crystallized in my mind, hard as diamond and sharp as a blade. For as long as I drew breath, I would stand against the rising tide of nightmares. No matter how dark the night grew, no matter what clawed its way out of the abyss, I would be there to meet it, to drive it back or die trying. Because in a world where the monsters under the bed turned out to be real, there was no other choice. We happy few, we band of brothers, we who fought the dying of the light, we were all that held the line. The nurse's voice echoed from 1,000 miles away. Rest now. You've earned it. The world will still be here when you wake up. The world, I rasped, but not unchanged. I held that thought as I spiraled back down into the waiting dark. Not unchanged, but still here, still fighting. And that would have to be enough. I knelt by the small, flower-strewn grave, fingers tracing the words carved into the headstone. So many names, etched in unyielding granite. The fallen from our unnamed war, those lost to the hungry dark. Months had passed since that last desperate battle in the North Carolina woods. Months of recovery, of rebuilding. The doctors told me I shouldn't have survived, much less walk again. But I had promises to keep. Overhead, the sky hung gray and heavy. It seemed always on the verge of rain these days, the world grown dim. Reports trickled in from other teams, other operations. More portals, more abominations spewing forth. We were all that stood against the flood. Footsteps crunched on gravel behind me. A hand, strong and scarred, settled on my shoulder. I didn't need to look to know it was Alvarez. Command just called, he said quietly. They need us in Arizona. Possible Deep One nest in the desert. Ritual killings. I closed my eyes, feeling the weight of that duty settle across my shoulders once more. How long do we have? Transport's spinning up now. I heard the grim smile in his voice. No rest for the wicked, yeah? No rest, I agreed. With a final touch to the memorial, I levered myself to my feet. The aches and pains were fewer every day, the scars fading. But some wounds would never fully heal. I turned to face my friend, my brother in arms. In his eyes I saw my own resolve, tempered in the flames of all we'd endured, all we'd lost. One last dance then, I said. Once more unto the breach. Once more, he nodded. And then perhaps, one day, peace. I clasped his shoulder, a benediction and a promise. Peace, I echoed. When the task is done. When the dawn comes. He returned my grip fiercely. When the dawn comes, he agreed. And together we turned to walk back to the waiting world. To the duty that called us, the battle that never ended. For we were the watchmen on the walls, the line against the dark. We who fought monsters, lest we become them. We who stood, that others might sleep safe a while. It was a burden, and an honor, and a sacred charge, and one we would never lay down, so long as strength and breath endured. We were headed back into the abyss, back to the teeth and the claws and the madness that lurked in the spaces between. But we did not go alone, and we did not go in fear, for ours was the fury, ours was the duty, ours was the dawn. The boreal forest of northern Saskatchewan stretched endlessly before Cameron Walsh as he adjusted his heavy backpack. 34 years old and desperate for solitude after his messy divorce, he'd chosen this remote section of Prince Albert National Park for its isolation and pristine wilderness. No cell service, no tourists, just the ancient pines and the promise of peace. 2 weeks alone, Cam muttered to himself as he consulted his topographical map. 2 weeks to clear my head. The late September air carried the first whispers of autumn, crisp and clean. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns that shifted with each breeze. Despite the serenity, something felt different. In his 15 years of solo backpacking, Cam had developed what his friends called a wilderness intuition. Today, that intuition prickled uncomfortably at the back of his neck. The trail had disappeared nearly 2 hours ago. Now he navigated by compass and map alone, pushing deeper into territory few hikers ever ventured. According to his research, the nearest human dwelling was over 30 miles south. He was utterly alone, or should have been. The first anomaly came that afternoon. While setting up camp near a small stream, Cam discovered unusually large tracks in the soft mud of the bank. Too large for a black bear, too wide for a moose. The impressions were deep, suggesting significant weight, with 5 distinct toe marks at the front of each print. "What the hell made these?" he whispered, crouching to examine them. The prints were fresh, perhaps only hours old. As daylight faded, Cam built his fire larger than usual, the flames casting long shadows among the trees. Something about those tracks had disturbed him more than he cared to admit. He'd heard stories, of course, every serious backpacker had. Tales whispered by locals in small-town diners, posts on obscure wilderness forums about encounters in remote forests like this one. Just bears, he assured himself as he prepared his freeze-dried dinner. Weird prints, but definitely bear. The forest grew unnaturally quiet as darkness fell. No chirping insects, no rustling nocturnal creatures. Just silence broken only by the occasional crack of his campfire. At 2:17 a.m., Cam jolted awake in his tent. He hadn't dreamed. Something had woken him. He lay perfectly still, listening. Then he heard it. Heavy, deliberate footsteps circling his campsite. Slow, methodical. The sound of something large moving with surprising stealth. And underneath that sound, barely perceptible, breathing. Deep, rhythmic breathing that didn't belong to any animal Cam recognized. Morning revealed nothing. No prints, no disturbed gear. Yet Cam couldn't shake the certainty that something had visited his camp. He packed quickly, eager to move deeper into the wilderness where he'd planned to establish his main base camp near Alpine Lake. The day's hike took him through increasingly dense forest. Several times he paused, certain he'd glimpsed movement in his peripheral vision. Just flashes of something large and dark slipping between distant trees. But each time he turned, nothing was there. Getting jumpy already, he chided himself. Day 2 and already seeing things. By mid-afternoon, he reached his destination. Alpine Lake stretched before him, its surface reflecting the surrounding pines and distant mountains. It was perfect, secluded, beautiful, with fresh water and natural shelter provided by a small rocky overhang. As he set up his base camp, Cam noticed broken branches high in the surrounding trees, 15 feet up or higher. Too high for a bear. The breaks appeared fresh, the exposed wood still light-colored and unwithered. Despite his growing unease, he forced himself to follow his routine, setting up his tent, collecting firewood, filtering water from the lake. Structure and logic were his anchors. There were rational explanations for everything he'd observed. That night, he recorded his thoughts in his journal. Day 2. Alpine Lake. Something's off about these woods. Tracks too big for known wildlife. Breaking branches too high for bears. Keep hearing movement just beyond visual range. Most disturbing is the feeling of being watched constantly. We'll reassess tomorrow if conditions continue. He'd just closed his journal when he heard it. A long, mournful sound somewhere between a howl and a deep, resonant whoop that echoed across the lake. It repeated 3 times, each call lasting nearly 10 seconds. The sound didn't match any animal Cam knew, and he'd studied wilderness survival extensively. More unsettling was what happened next. From the distant hills came responses. 2 distinct calls answering the first. Whatever had made that sound wasn't alone. Cam added more wood to his fire and retrieved his hunting knife from his pack. He didn't own a gun, had never felt the need for one until this moment. When sleep finally came, it was fitful and plagued by dreams of being pursued through endless trees by something he couldn't quite see. He woke at dawn to find his carefully stacked firewood scattered and, most alarmingly, his food bag missing from where he'd hung it 15 feet high between 2 pines. "This isn't happening," Cam muttered as he surveyed his campsite. The missing food was a serious problem. He had emergency rations in his pack, enough for maybe 3 days, but not the 2 weeks he'd planned. He would need to either forage extensively or cut his trip short. But it was the method of theft that truly unnerved him. The rope holding his food bag hadn't been cut. It had been untied and carefully rehung. Empty. Whatever took his supplies had the dexterity to untie complex knots. As he contemplated his options, he noticed something new. A crude arrangement of stones on the lakeshore that hadn't been there the previous evening. 12 rocks placed in a rough circle with 3 larger stones in the center. It looked deliberately placed. A message or warning of some kind. Time to go, Cam decided, his heart pounding. This isn't wildlife. This is something else. He began packing hastily, but stopped when he realized a critical problem. He wasn't entirely sure which direction he'd come from. His detailed topographical map was in his food bag, now gone. His backup compass showed north, but without landmarks or his map, finding the trail back would be challenging. Focus, he told himself. South and slightly east. Follow the drainage. You'll hit the marked trail eventually. By noon, Cam was pushing through dense underbrush, keeping the sun on his left as he moved what he hoped was south. The forest seemed to have changed overnight. Trails he thought he recognized led nowhere. Landmarks appeared unfamiliar. Several times he discovered those same large humanoid tracks, now seemingly fresh. "Hello?" he called out, wondering if perhaps other hikers were playing an elaborate prank. "Is someone there?" His voice sounded small in the vastness of the forest. The only response was an unnatural silence, the birds and insects falling quiet as his voice faded. That's when he spotted it. Standing motionless between 2 distant trees was a figure. Tall, at least 7 feet, and covered in dark hair or fur. Though mostly obscured by foliage, its outline was unmistakably bipedal. It made no sound, no movement. Just watched. Cam froze, his breath catching. For nearly a minute, neither moved. Then slowly, the figure stepped backward, maintaining eye contact until it disappeared into the shadows of the forest. With hands shaking violently, Cam pulled out his phone to take a photo, forgetting momentarily it had died days ago. Cursing, he shoved it back in his pocket and resumed walking, now at a much faster pace. By late afternoon, he realized he was lost. The sun was getting low, and he'd been walking for hours with no sign of the trail. Worse, he'd begun to suspect he was being herded, subtly guided away from certain areas by strategically placed broken branches and stone arrangements that appeared with increasing frequency. With no choice but to make camp again, he selected a small clearing, gathering what little deadwood he could find. The fire he built was smaller than he'd like, but it would have to do. As darkness fell, the forest came alive with sounds, branches breaking in the distance, heavy footfalls that stopped and started, and most disturbing, what sounded like low, murmuring voices just beyond the firelight. At some point during that endless night, as Cam huddled by his dwindling fire, the stalking became overt. They, for he was now certain there were at least 3, began circling his camp. Keeping to the shadows, they moved with a coordination that suggested intelligence and purpose. Occasionally, one would strike a tree trunk powerfully, creating a booming sound that reverberated through the forest. Another would answer from a different direction. They were communicating, coordinating. "I'm not here to harm anything," Cam called out, his voice cracking. "I'm just passing through." His words were met with sudden, complete silence, then a barrage of wood knocks erupting from all directions, so loud and numerous he covered his ears. In the brief illumination of his headlamp, he caught glimpses, massive, fur-covered limbs, glinting, reflective eyes. Once, a full silhouette, broad-shouldered and barrel-chested, standing upright on 2 legs at the edge of the darkness. Near dawn, exhausted and terrified, Cam made a decision. He would leave everything except water and essential survival gear. Moving light and fast, he might cover enough ground to reach civilization. As the first gray light filtered through the trees, he prepared to implement his plan, only to discover his boots were missing. They'd been taken silently from where he'd left them beside his sleeping bag. A primitive message: "You're not going anywhere." From a nearby ridge came that same haunting call he'd heard the first night, a sound that raised goosebumps across his entire body. Using strips torn from his backpack, Cam bound extra socks around his feet, a poor substitute for hiking boots, but they would have to do. With his knife in hand and emergency rations stuffed in his pockets, he abandoned his camp and began moving quickly downhill, following a small stream that had to eventually lead to lower elevations and possibly people. The pursuit began almost immediately. Heavy crashes through the underbrush behind him, guttural vocalizations that couldn't be mistaken for any known animal. They weren't hiding anymore. They were actively chasing. Cam ran, scrambling over fallen logs and through shallow ravines, his makeshift footwear quickly shredding on the rough terrain. His lungs burned, and his feet began bleeding, but terror drove him forward. When he reached a steep embankment above a rocky creek bed, he lost his footing. The fall was only about 15 feet, but he landed badly, feeling something snap in his ankle. White-hot pain shot up his leg as he tried to stand. Hobbling now, he managed another quarter-mile before accepting the inevitable. He couldn't outrun them. He couldn't fight them. His only hope was somehow making peace, or hiding well enough to escape detection. Selecting a dense thicket, he crawled inside, covering himself with fallen leaves and forest debris. And there, curled in a fetal position with his useless knife clutched to his chest, Cameron Walsh waited for whatever would come next. Night fell. Cam's broken ankle had swollen to twice its normal size, throbbing in time with his racing heart. From his hiding place, he watched as bobbing lights appeared in the distance, flashlights moving in a coordinated search pattern. "Here! Over here!" he shouted, certain these must be park rangers or rescue personnel. The lights immediately converged on his location. Relief flooded through him, until the flashlight beams revealed their holders. They weren't human. 3 massive figures surrounded his hiding place. In the harsh illumination, he could now see them clearly. 8 feet tall at minimum, powerfully built, covered in matted reddish-brown hair. Their faces were startlingly expressive, almost human-like but with pronounced brow ridges and wide, flat noses. Most disturbing were their eyes, dark and unmistakably intelligent. They carried his flashlights, tools they'd clearly figured out how to use. The largest of the three crouched down, its face now just feet from Cam's. Its breath smelled of raw meat and wild herbs. For endless seconds they stared at each other. Then, with surprising gentleness, the creature reached out and touched Cam's injured ankle. He flinched but didn't pull away. What happened next defied everything Cam thought he knew about the natural world. The three beings worked together with obvious purpose. The largest lifted him carefully, cradling him like a child, while the others gathered materials, branches, moss, what looked like medicinal plants. They carried him to a cave he hadn't noticed before, its entrance hidden behind a natural formation of fallen trees. Inside, a fire already burned in a well-established pit. Other creatures, smaller ones, possibly juveniles, moved back as he was brought in and placed on a bed of soft pine boughs. One applied a poultice of chewed plants to his ankle, while another offered him what appeared to be dried meat and berries. Despite his fear, hunger overtook him, and he ate. For 3 days, they kept him in that cave. They treated his injury, brought him food and clean water, but never allowed him to leave. They communicated among themselves with an elaborate system of vocalizations, gestures, and facial expressions that suggested a complex language. On the 4th day, the largest one, whom Cam had begun thinking of as the leader, gestured for him to follow. His ankle, while not healed, had improved enough for him to walk with the help of a makeshift staff they'd provided. They led him through the forest, traveling primarily at night. The journey took 2 more days, during which Cam observed their social structure, their hunting techniques, their obvious intelligence. They weren't animals, but they weren't human either. They existed in some extraordinary middle ground science hadn't acknowledged. Finally, they stopped. Through a break in the trees, Cam could see distant lights, a small town or outpost. The leader made a pushing motion toward the lights, then a sweeping gesture back toward the forest. The message was clear: go there, don't come back. As dawn approached, they disappeared silently into the trees, leaving him alone at the forest's edge. He found himself on a marked hiking trail with a signpost indicating the ranger station was just 2 miles ahead. Before beginning that final leg of his journey, Cam turned back toward the darkened forest. For a moment, he thought he glimpsed eyes watching from the shadows, that same intelligent gaze that had both terrified and fascinated him. "I understand," he said quietly. "Your secret is safe." Then he turned and limped toward civilization, already composing in his mind the story he would tell. A simple tale of getting lost, injuring himself, and surviving on his emergency supplies until finding the trail again. The truth would remain in the forest, where it belonged.